In yesterday. My name is Samuel Stolten and I'm the MC of this year's summit. If you were with us yesterday and you enjoyed it so much you want to watch some of it again, stay tuned to our social media accounts where we will post the recordings in the coming days. A quick housekeeping point. If you're joining our live stream today, please do so through the dedicated Alldigital platform over at summit.all-digital.org, and you'll find many extra features and many other ways of getting involved in this year's summit over there. But back to today, and the second day of the Alldigital Summit will see us focusing on STEAM education. That's science, technology, engineering, arts and maths. The interdisciplinary approach of STEAM education integrates analytical and creative thinking, engenders the development of convergent and divergent skills, and even stimulates both the right and left sides of the human brain. And one example that we'll be hearing a lot more about today is the STEAM Mon Edu project. But now, to tell us a bit more about this and what to expect throughout the day, let me welcome to the stage the CEO of Alldigital, Peter Palvolgi, and Professor Achilles Kamias, Professor of Pervasive and Mobile Computing Systems at the Hellenic Open University.
Thank you very much, Samuel. And I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to open the second day of Alldigital Summit together with Professor Achilles Kamias from Hellenic Open University and member of the board of Alldigital. And as you may know, the Alldigital Summit this year is focusing on a key theme, which is digital skills and tools for a better world. And we turn our focus on three different empowerment themes: empowering citizens and digital competence centers, empowering STEAM educators, and that's the topic of today. And tomorrow we'll talk about empowering young people. And what is connecting these three themes is looking for solutions to real world and societal problems through digital tools and solutions. And yesterday we had a very nice day with keynote presentations, and we are very pleased that Commissioner Nicolas Schmit accepted our invitation to talk about digital skills as an investment in the future. And we had the Alldigital Award ceremony. We had an interesting panel discussion with representatives of EU institutions, ICT sector, and the civil society. We had interesting lightning talks and informative sessions and parallel workshops. And today we are talking about and discussing STEAM education through and with the support of the STEAM on Edu project. And we will discuss increasing the adoption and influence of STEAM education by investing in a community of stakeholders and also the professional development of STEAM educators. And before I give you the floor, Achilles, I just want to highlight the platform and the functionalities of the platform, the networking opportunities. You can schedule meetings with other conference participants, and please visit the marketplace where we have more than 70 virtual booths displayed. And you can still open your own booth if you would like to present your product or service. And Achilles, I would like to ask you how STEAM education is related to Alldigital's mission and why it is important for us.
STEAM education, STEAM, as Samuel already said, integrates science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and all the rest. Sometimes this well, it used to be arts, now it seems to be that it's all the rest that can bring you creativity. STEAM education promises to deliver individuals that are more complete, let's say, than other educational systems, educational approaches, in the sense that they must be able to research, to deal with an issue, to solve it, to engineer the solution, so to plan and engineer the solution and then measure it and do it in a creative way. So in order to get there, we need that these people acquire technological skills, analytical skills, creative skills, and of course, digital skills. At the basis of STEAM education, of STEAM skills, let's say, lies digital technology, digital competence, I would say. But this is easier said than done. How do we get there? This is going to be the topic of today's day. Our spearhead, as you already said, are educators. These are the people we are going to invest on so that we manage to have a widespread adoption of STEM and STEAM education. And this is because STEAM education is a different educational paradigm than the ones we've been used to up to now. In order to apply it, we need a change in the mindset. We need a change in the practices. We need a lot of changes, actually. And we are going to have a nice day today to discuss dedicate a lot of time to discuss about what and how we are going to, what is STEAM education and how we are going to achieve it.
STEAM education is one of the 5 pillars or focus themes of Alldigital, along basic digital skills, advanced digital skills, media literacy, digital cultural heritage, but STEAM education is one of the focus areas we are working on. So I'm very happy that we could include this topic into the Alldigital Summit.
Of course, we are also happy too. I'm speaking as a coordinator of the STEAM on Edu project, very rightly, STEAM education is one of the pillars of Alldigital because in addition to relying on digital competence, it also heavily promotes inclusion in tomorrow's society. And these are the 2 main pillars of the vision and mission of Alldigital.
I think now it's time to ask Samuel to introduce the first keynote speaker. Thank you very much and enjoy the summit.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Peter and Achilles there, for your warm welcome to day 2 of the Alldigital Summit. And ahead of many more lightning sessions, panel discussions and presentations a bit later on, it's just about time now to start our first keynote speech of the day. And for this, we are very pleased indeed to be joined by someone who plays a central role in developing educational policies from the EU capital. Anuska Ferrari is a policy officer at the European Commission, working within the DG for Education, Youth, Sport and Culture. Her work is primarily focused on policies on education and training in Europe, lifelong learning, digital competencies and digital education. She's going to give us the perspective of the European Commission with regards to STEM and STEAM education. And we'd also love to hear your questions to her, so please feel free to submit them through the online platform. I'm delighted now to pass the floor to Anuska Ferrari.
Thank you, Samuel. Thank you very much. So I would just like to start by thanking Alldigital for inviting me. So my name is Anuska Ferrari, as you just heard, and I work on the implementation of the Digital Education Action Plan. And I generally focus on digital skills and competencies, but I'm here today to talk about STEAM education and STEM. So I think it's very important to consider STEM or STEAM, as you prefer to call it, as part of our endeavor towards digital education. So I would like to start by thinking about why do we bring together STEAM and digital, and why do we talk about STEAM for empowerment? So first of all, I think that it's quite clear to us that it's not just because in STEAM we have technology or we have disciplines that are underlying our understanding of digital that we need to consider this as part of our efforts to bring digital education forward in Europe. It is important because it's counterbalancing some of the facts that relate to digital aspects. So it's not just about the technical understanding, but it's also about the scientific method and approach that is going through with the STEAM education, to which we add as well the exploratory aspects that bring on with the creativity, with the A that Achilles was mentioning before. Now, why do we think STEAM is good for empowerment? Well, we all know that knowledge is empowerment. And I think that we need to create and to develop the skills that relate to STEAM even more than we are doing now. First of all, because there is a need that comes from society to better understand the challenges that we are facing. And here I'm thinking about all the approaches that different people have to reading the news that we find online, to finding information, and to be critical about the information that they find that is mediated through the use of digital technology. So indeed, I believe that supporting STEM and STEAM education will also lead to empowering people in their choices, not just in their careers, for their daily life. So what I'm going to talk about today is the importance of STEM and STEAM in the initiatives of the Commission from an education and training point of view and perspective. You all know that STEM in particular, rather than STEAM, was already present as part of the key competencies for lifelong learning. So it has been a long time that the Commission put the accent on promoting STEM education. And we also think and consider that, that STEM is very relevant for the post-corona recovery and to move from a linear to a circular economy. So I think that in this different set of disciplines that we are tackling when we talk about STEAM, we also need to consider the knowledge, skills and attitudes that are needed today, not only for the circular economy, but also for an understanding of sustainable development. And this is also going towards the direction I was mentioning before, towards empowerment. Now, we need to invest in the STEM field because these competencies are also very important for the growth of our economy, or rather than growth, I would say the progression and sustainability of our economy and well-being. And we need to do so in a way that is diversified and inclusive, by which I mean that it's not just about targeting talents and having the top % of students and learners that engage in STEM education, but it is through embarking a diversity of students and learners into these disciplines that we can have a diversity of approaches as well in the professional world. So it's everyone that is needed, not just a certain category of people and citizens. However, we face shortages, not just in terms of shortages of professionals, but also in terms of competencies. And the problem starts early. I'll give you some numbers. So a quarter of 15 years old in the EU are functionally illiterate in STEM subjects. We witness low interest or relatively low interest in STEM studies among young people, and only 1 in 5 young people in Europe graduates from STEM tertiary education. And we have less than 2 million STEM graduates every year in the EU. This is not a huge number, but then I was talking about the diversity and the diversity of learners and students. And even if we try to promote an inclusive approach to STEM education, actually we know that women are strongly underrepresented in the sector. 1 in 3 STEM graduate is a woman. And actually, and I'm saying this because all of you know that I come from the digital skills perspective, this is even worse when we look at ICT study. There we have 1 in 5 ICT graduates that is a woman, so even worse than that. We know that there are existing gaps that depend on many things that are beyond our control. There is a part of models that are lacking in a way. There are different interests that come into the age of teenagehood, and we're trying to address that. But there is particularly a problem in the lower participation in higher education studies. And I'm going to come back to that at the end of my intervention when I'm going to talk about the fundings that are related to what we are doing on STEM. So basically, one of the initiatives that we're doing at European level is not only including STEM and STEAM, of course, as part of the key competencies framework, not only promoting a diversity of approaches to STEM and STEAM, but in particular looking at how women are choosing, let's say, STEAM subject as an option from earlier on. We think that schools play a key role in changing the perception, in fighting the stereotypes, in building confidence, because very often, especially for women, it's a matter of confidence and self-perception when they choose or do not these kind of subjects. But we also know that it is not enough to tackle schools alone and school education alone. So what we're trying to do is to strengthen the links between schools, higher education, and industry in exposing students to STEM subjects and in creating this general awareness of not only the importance of STEM studies, but also on the fact that everyone can and should participate. So for instance, there are several efforts that are done through the EU STEM Coalition in this area, and in that I have to recognize the effort that is made in the EU STEM Coalition, for instance, in bringing to the student the real lifelong context that comes with STEM disciplines. Another initiative is addressing the shortage of STEM teachers. This is done through the promotion to alternative pathways to teaching. So teachers are coming to the STEM disciplines also through other previous career paths, not with the traditional path that leads to become a teacher and an educator. Now, one of the actions I would like to talk to you about today is the action that we have as part of the Digital Education Action Plan. As you know, we adopted, well, I hope you know that we adopted the Digital Education Action Plan last September. For those of you who were here yesterday, I believe that my director was speaking about that in a keynote address yesterday. And for those of you who looked at the Digital Education Action Plan, you might have seen that we have a very ambitious plan that is providing our vision for the next multi-financial framework period. So it covers from 2021, this year, to 2027. And what we want to cover with this action plan is not only formal education, but education and training in a larger perspective, so addressing the diversity of stakeholders and the diversity of issues that come with digital education, thus covering the use of digital technologies and the ecosystem for education and training, but also covering the aspect of digital skills. The reason why I'm dwelling a bit about the general aspect of the Digital Education Action Plan is because we think that digital skills, even if they are very well defined in the digital competence framework that was put forward in 2013 by the Commission, and that Alldigital has been promoting since, so even if those are very well defined, there is a variety of skills that needs to be addressed. So we need to think about digital skills in a wider way. And STEM skills and competencies are part of this. And not only that, we also need to consider how different people develop different levels and leverage in different ways their competencies in the digital domain. So for this, what we are addressing with the second priority of the action plan is targeting different stakeholders group and different audiences. And we have a specific action that is related to STEM, and this is to promote an initiative that is called Girls Go Circular, that puts forward a series of training activities for female students at secondary education in particular. And this is led by the European Institute of Innovation and Technology and its Knowledge and Innovation Communities, also known as KIC. So this is coordinated by the EIT KIC on raw materials. And the aim of this project is to reduce the digital gender gap and try to empower girls aged from 14 to 18 to develop their digital competencies and gaining more knowledge on the circular economy. So the ambition is to have 50,000 girls to embrace their talent in STEM and ICT by 2027. So far, and please remember that the implementation of the action plan started in January this year, so January 2021. We trained, or rather the EAT trained 2,300 girls in 8 countries to date, more or less, or at least a couple of days ago when I last checked. The project is there also to support teachers and to engage in this diversity of needs that is particularly targeting younger and women. So the fact of having role models, the fact of developing their self-confidence, and the fact of developing an interest and a proximity with these different disciplines. There is a Women and Girls in STEM forum that is planned for the 28th of October as part of this. And I believe that the registration of the event is still open, so you might want to check this out in case you're interested. Now, as part of the activities that we're doing with the Digital Education Action Plan, we are also planning on developing new higher education programs for STEM by reinforcing the arts aspect in the STEM, so by reinforcing the STEAM aspect. And with this, I'm coming back to what I said before, that there is an issue in particular at higher education level with the choices that students take, and this here I'm going more general, not just focusing on women. So for this, I am happy to note and to say that for Erasmus+, which is one of our leading funding programs, STEM is considered as a priority, and we are having this as part of the priorities of the work program for 2021, and we're working towards having this as a priority of 2022. In particular, STEM and STEAM are referenced under Key Action 2, with Partnership for Cooperation in the field of education, training and youth, and in particular there are cooperation partnerships in the field of higher education. We are already having a number of projects that are tackling different STEM approaches and subjects, and we have as well a different timeline and different Erasmus Plus calls that will consider this as a priority. So this can be of interest for probably many of the stakeholders that are here. Now, another aspect I wanted to mention today in my intervention is the aspect of STEAM for sustainability. As I was saying before, there is a huge plethora of disciplines that we can add to this acronym. It's not just about science, but it's about many more subjects, and it's especially about a way of thinking and a way of developing attitudes and not only knowledge and skills. So we are working towards the aspect of sustainability, and we consider this as being as part of our STEM approach. So for instance, this year, General Assembly of the EU STEM Coalition was about STEM skills for environmental sustainability, just to give you an example. We are launching this year a new initiative, so our commissioner is going to launch it, which is the Education for Climate Coalition, which is under Erasmus+. And this Education for Climate Coalition initiative will help the acquisition of strong STEM skills by emphasizing the multidisciplinarity of approaches that can be taken. And we will have a dedicated online platform because we would like to support the wider community of education and training in engaging in sustainability and sustainability for education. Moreover, we are working now on a council recommendation, a proposal, sorry, for a council recommendation on education for environment and sustainability. And here as well, we are considering environmental sustainability as not only as part of a specific educational approach that tackles specific subjects, but also as part of competence development. So for instance, by developing the knowledge, skills, and attitudes of every student. And for this, as you probably know, we are working together with the JRC for developing digital skills and competencies through a framework. Now, you also possibly know that through the EIT Climate Kick, we run frequently climatons and teacher training workshop to support a creative approach through on this environmental sustainability education. And I think probably I will close here. So just by summarizing a couple of funding opportunities that are at European level. So one is definitely through Horizon Europe. So I was talking about the fact that STEM is a priority for Erasmus+, and it has been so. But we also have Horizon Europe that is working on providing several calls and on STEM education in general terms, but also on supporting the teaching and learning of STEM. I think that in general terms, as part of the Digital Education Action Plan, what we are also doing is to promote, as I was saying before, a diversity of approaches to developing digital competencies, but also developing STEM subjects and STEM education. And this is also having an influence on different funding mechanisms, like, for instance, the Recovery and Resilience Facility. So we are seeing, and I just want to underline that we are still in the evaluation phase or the assessment phase of the plans that we put forward, but we are seeing ever more often that many member states are using the recovery and facility fundings to support the development of STEM disciplines, subjects, and skills. So I think it's the moment now probably to grasp these opportunities and to carry on enlarging this approach to STEM education. And I'm very happy that I've heard this morning that the approach that you are putting forward is one for inclusiveness and empowerment of every learner and citizen. And with this, I thank you very much.
Ferrari, if you'd like to take a seat, I hope we've got time for a couple of very, very quick questions now that have been coming in from our audience tuning in online. And we have one audience member here, Anuska, who asks, from your perspective, which might be the challenges that would put at risk the plan and vision of the Commission related to STEAM education? I guess in this respect, this is a question about how your policies may become derailed in the future and what would be the causes of them becoming so.
Yeah, I'm not sure they can become derailed in a way, because a policy is a vision. What could happen is that they're not impactful. And for this, there are several challenges that come ahead. Some of the challenges that we are seeing and we're witnessing, relate to the shortage of STEM teachers that we have in Europe. And this is a double problem in a way, if you want, because there is already a shortage of teachers in general terms, so teachers for general education, teachers for different subjects, but this shortage is particularly strong for STEM subjects. So this to me is one of the main challenges that is, that we need to tackle, because obviously good educators are underpinning good competence development, and we cannot escape that. One of the other challenges that I see is that very often when we work in education and training with a larger perspective, with a lifelong learning perspective, there are many initiatives that can be taken at school level. It's a bit more difficult to work at higher education level, but it's even more difficult to work beyond higher education for the education of adults. And this is one of the challenges that we are seeing. So one thing is to raise awareness of the importance of STEAM for young people, which is fundamental, but it's much harder to reach an adult population.
Okay, great. And I can imagine actually going back to what you said in your keynote speech about confidence being a key issue, particularly for young females at school. I suppose it's about training up teachers as well to recognising when they see that, I suppose, crisis of confidence amongst various students in the classroom too. But I guess that's more difficult to note with adult learners, I would imagine.
Yeah, indeed, there are role models that either are there or are not there. So I think we're doing a good work right now in trying to underline the stories of women and presenting women as role models, not only, let's say, in the creative sector or in the creative industries sector, but also in the scientific one. And I think we still need to bridge the gap between careers in a way. There are people that are trying to do so by really mixing their scientific background with a more creative one, but I think we're still at the beginning of this.
Okay, great. I think we've got time for one more very, very quick question from the audience here. And one audience member asks, what would be reasonable and feasible to be reached in 5 years' time at the European level related to STEAM education? I guess here, what is the really long-term plan and outcomes?
What is reachable and feasible? That's a very interesting question, and I'm afraid I cannot answer right now because this requires calculations, you know. So I was saying that there is 1 in 3 students that is a woman in STEM subjects and 1 in 5 in ICT. We have targets that have been set for ICT professionals through the digital decade, which is, if you want, a reference framework for the development of digital skills as well. It sets very clear targets. But the target is not something that is discussed in a conversation like this that is spontaneous. It needs to be based on evidence. So I cannot provide a figure. I think that what is reasonable is to provide more training and then to do an assessment of the impact of this training. So we go again back to the idea of changing the policies according to the policy cycle and to the impact that this policy has had. And I think I'm going to insist on that because I think that it's really necessary, especially for education and training, to have an approach that is based on the impact of the policies that are currently there. It's not something that we're good at. So we need to become better in identifying what worked and what didn't work before putting targets that are either not reachable or not useful.
Okay, wonderful. Well, another round of applause, I think, is due for Anuska Ferrari from the Commission's DG for Education, Youth, Sport and Culture there. Thank you very much for taking the time out of your busy schedule to join us this morning, Anuska.
Thanks for having me here.
Thank you. Next up, we're going to zoom straight on and explore a bit more about the STEAM Mon Edu project. So STEAM Mon Edu partners are going to share with us the main results reached over the last 2 years of the project. Before I introduce our first speaker, a reminder to all of you to get more of your questions into us and we shall address them to our speakers at the end of this segment. Firstly, we're going to start with an overview of the project by re-welcoming to the stage Professor Achilles Camillas.
Hello again. Let's wait until the slides are up. As Samuel said already twice today, I am Professor Achilles Camillas from Hellenic Open University in Greece and also working with the Computer Technology Institute in Diophantus. And I am the scientific coordinator of the STEAM Mon Edu project. I'm going to give you an overview of what were the goals of the projects and, most importantly, what are the achievements of this project, which I'm happy to say that are very much in line with what Anuska Ferrari presented before, with many of the things that she presented, not all of them, so there is always opportunity for future projects. STEAM Mon Edu is a project that is about the competence development of STEAM educators through online tools and communities. It's a project that has been funded in the context of Erasmus Plus KA3 program and is now close to the end. It will end at the end of December, this December. Okay, it's coming. No, not yet. No. There. The aims of this project were to strengthen, to revise and strengthen the professional profile of teachers, of educators, by creating a solid and interdisciplinary base for developing STEAM-related competencies and providing a complete framework and a set of tools that integrate all aspects of teaching STEAMs. Very ambitious aims, but we are happy to say that we have achieved already almost all of them. The partnership that we were happy to work with in the past 1 year and a half, and now I take the opportunity to thank my colleagues in Computer Technology Institute and Press Diophantus in Greece, the coordinating partner, but also my colleagues from Alldigital, from Stati Generali dell'Innovazione, from Italy, from Hollywood Media and Education, from Germany, from Fundacja EOS, from Romania, Collectic from Spain, and the Regional Directorate of Primary and Secondary Education of Western Greece, another partner from Greece. You have all been great. It was great to work with you, and I hope we'll continue our collaboration in the future. In this project, we targeted mainly teachers and educators of all levels and all kinds, but then education and training organizations, researchers, and educational methods and techniques, educational authorities, and of course any other stakeholder that is interested in STEAM education, such as career consultants. You already heard what is STEAM education. Let's say that instead of repeating everything that's been heard, I would like to stress here first of all, the aspect of integration. STEM and STEAM is about integrating as many of these disciplines and as many of the competencies that result from these disciplines into the same individual. And the second important aspect is putting them in practice to deal with real-world problems. These are two really important aspects of STEM and STEAM education. As I said already during the opening session of today, this is a changing paradigm of education, STEAM and STEM education. That is why it is complex to apply it, and that is why we need all the efforts and all the support that Anushka was talking about before. And we need more projects like STEAM on Edu. Of course, there are many more projects like STEAM on Edu that are working towards achieving some of these goals, and at some point we have to integrate. But there is a lot of research going on currently, a lot of debate. We'll have some of it today here, and we'll hope that we'll make another step further towards making STEM education a reality. In our project, we have, let's say, we approach the problem from three aspects. The issue from three aspects. First of all, from the community aspect, teachers and educators are placed at the core, at the center, at the focus of our project, but they are not alone. We created a community that the members of the community help each other, exchange knowledge, exchange ideas to go on forward, to become creative. Then we try to identify what is a STEAM educator, what is STEAM education. So we try to give identity to STEAM educators. We did this by focusing on the competencies in applying STEAM as an educational practice and developing frameworks and tools for this. And finally, based on the above findings, we tried to enable the professional developments of educators via training. We created courses that we delivered. So these are the outcomes of this project. We have achieved almost all of them except the last one, which is the one we're working on. We created a set of tools. First, the STEAM Competence Framework, the first one of its type. And I'm glad to hear Anushka saying that they are working on a similar framework, so perhaps this can serve as an input to them. then we created STEAM educator profiles based on this framework, and I'm using plural here that I will explain later. Based on the framework, also we created a self-assessment tool, a STEAM readiness self-assessment tool. Then we provided the STEAM education integrated framework that includes the community I was talking about before, an online platform to support the community, the STEAM education framework, and a Mooc and blended course to enable professional development, and finally 2 policy instruments, a guide for STEAM educational practices and policies, and the STEAM policy influencer toolkit that is now under development. A few words for the most important of these outcomes, very quickly, because you will hear details later today from my colleagues in the project. The STEAM competence framework integrates 5 perspectives of the teaching profession: educator as a teacher, trainer and tutor, educator as a learning designer and creator, educator as an orchestrator and manager, educator as a community member, and educator as a professional. Within these 5 perspectives, it contains 16 competence areas and 44 competencies, individual competencies. This framework has been designed, has been evaluated, now is under revision. We'll have the final version by the end of the year. And let me say that it integrates digital skills and transferable skills. Okay. The STEAM educators profiles use competencies from the STEAM competence framework. They follow the ESCO structure. They are different per level of education and type of education, primary, secondary, and so on. And we found out that the teachers say that STEAM educators must be supported by auxiliary roles that are not exactly teaching profiles but are needed. Then the self-assessment tool for STEAM readiness, it follows the selfie structure as closely as we could. It is based again on the STEAM competence framework. It provides self-assessment per organization, which means that there is a survey that members of the organization, teachers, educators, at the moment we are focusing on teachers and educators, we are not including yet the students, set of questions, they answer, and then there are mandatory and optional questions, of course, and then a report, the organization gets a report based on aggregating the data that were input in the questionnaire. This is one of our most ambitious outcomes, the STEAM education framework, because it combines different perspectives like the educator's position, the competencies that educator and students should have, making reference, of course, to the competence framework, but then it describes an instructional meta-methodology for a teaching STEAM. It contains open educational resources, specifications, and the first body of knowledge related to STEAM education. We produced a guide for what is a good STEAM education practice based on a set of principles and a set of criteria. We evaluated more than 60 practices that were uploaded in the community platform. You will hear about the results later on today, also more details about the criteria we used. We are very proud of the massive online open course we managed to produce and deliver during the spring, this year, spring and summer. This was a course that lasted 6 weeks, and it touched upon most of the competencies of the competence framework. It contained online material, videos, reading material, and so on, and also a set of questions that were that had to be answered in order to move to the next stage and to receive the certificate of successful attendance. It was attended by many, many teachers and educators. This was complemented by a blended course that ran in September this year. It actually finished a few days ago, in which some of the educators who successfully completed the Mooc had the opportunity to go deeper into more detail for some of the competencies and work in a participatory way and collaborative way to develop new STEAM activity templates and new STEAM policies. All this was supported by our online platform, which hosted the online community of STEAM educators. The platform is open to anybody who is interested to register. You don't have to be a member of the project partners. It already has more than 200 members and is still growing. There's a lot of material in the platform, many practices. Also the photo contest that you will hear about it later today took place in the platform and was also used during the Mooc and the blended course as an, let's say, a place where students, trainees could do their projects. So This summarizes the achievements of STEAM on Edu project. You can find more information about our project in this website, steamonedu.eu, or by following us on Facebook or on Twitter. We'd be happy to welcome you in our platform, because this is the main tool, the main environment through which you can access the outcomes of the project and be a member of this community. I wish you will enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you for being here. Thanks again to my colleagues and my collaborators. And the floor back to Samuel.
Thank you. Round of applause there. Thank you very much for Professor Achilles Kamias' introduction there to the STEAM Mon Edu project. And one of the results of the STEAM Mon Edu project refers to the community of practice that has been created and supported over the past 3 years. I would like now to invite Esther Sobias, Project Manager at Collectic, a non-profit organisation that works for social transformation through the participation, learning and socialisation of ICT. Esther is the Director of the Postgraduate Studies in Ecosystems in Digital Learning, Innovation in Training at Barcelona University, and she's also Ambassador of Technovation Girls in Spain. Joining her is Paolo Russo, General Secretary at Stati Generali dell'Innovazione and President at CR-Hack Lab F4D in Italy. He promoted the Crowd Dreaming Youth Co-Create Digital Culture Contest, and he also coordinates it. Paolo and Esther are now going to tell us a bit about the STEAM Mon Edu community of practice.
Hi, and thank you very much for having this opportunity to present our amazing project and now to focus on the STEAM community of practice. It has been a pleasure to participate with Paolo and the other partners that you may meet today in this amazing project. Now we are going to focus in 4 sections of this presentation. We are going to talk about the benefits of being part of a STEAM on Edu community, because we really want you to join. We will also talk about sharing knowledge and resources. Paolo will explain us what's a COPE, community of practices, and then we will take a look very, very quickly on the platform. So let's start. Benefits of being part of a STEAM community. Let's see if I can make you to be involved before the end of this presentation. Yeah, virtual communities at the end are social aggregations that are coming from internet, and they need that there is enough people willing to discuss, to talk about one topic. And it's all about meeting with another persons that you share interest with them. No, it's about building personal relationships in the space, no, in the cyberspace, let's say. So when we focus on educational virtual community, we talk about a community of people that is amazing, and they are very focused on the topic of education as trainers, educators, policy providers, policy makers, people that wants the education to be better in some way. You know, it's about communicating and interacting with these profiles you share with the ones you share interests. So there are many typologies of communities, of educational communities. You have social networks where all of us are today on Twitter or LinkedIn talking about this amazing summit, but also other topics. We also have the blogs, any very different platforms like multiple user dialogue or virtual research community, and also communities of practice, which Paolo will focus, and yeah, a STEAM on Edu platform is this kind of community. It's a community of practice. We will explain you very, very soon. The characteristic is, having members, a common goal. This is very important. A feeling of belonging. That's the way. That's why we invite you to join us and to feel that this is your community. That where you can express yourself, dialogue, talk with other persons, share your worries, and publish, of course, content. We have some rules, of course. This is key. It's a key on the communities, and on this kind of communities, you can have or play different roles. You have the leaderships. You have here all the partners of Timon Edu partners are leading this community, so they are taking care of everybody and making the conversation going on. You can also act to moderate the dialogues and also just participate. So it's up to you, the role you will take when you get inside our community. The key to success is make the communication to flow and to be adequate, feel that you belongs to this community, try to self-manage your content as much as possible, have the freedom to participate, and have a good infrastructure which is offered by this amazing project, Timon Edu. That's something that we can guarantee. It's a very good infrastructure where you can develop your interest. You also can meet and dialogue with other colleagues around Europe and outside of Europe, because we have members of all kinds of countries, and talk about the STEAM, which is supposed to be something that encourages you, that interests you. You will be able to know others' experiences, as has happened during the Mooc, but more intensively during the community, inside the community, during the time you participate. And you will also find some amazing and inspiring activities and examples. You will be able to find experiences of all kinds with different profiles of people, students, participants, teenagers, children. A lot of content is there. And of course, we are waiting for you to share your experiences. You will be able to disseminate your own activities, your own training courses. You will find support to prepare new activities or new trainings, and we all together will be able to join the others' efforts to promote the STEAM, which is our common goal. Of course, you will find people very interesting and very professional, which ones you can start to build new activities and training actions if you want. So to sum up, and focus on STEAM specifically, you will be able to share knowledge, ideas, problems, difficulties, doubts, questions, queries. You will be able to share suggestions or just talk about STEAM, things, activities, experiences, what had happened into your community, or you are curious and you want to ask for more information about them. Of course, in this community, you will find also sources, bibliographical references. We have some doctors, some specialists, some researchers that are willing to offer their expertise. You will find also another kind of reference of professionals references, sources, information about software that you can use if you are willing to start a STEAM activity, and of course about digital repositories. We are very rich, and if you are interested in knowing them, we can also help you and offer some information. So more or less resources, activities, training courses that have been already developed or are being designed, so you can contribute to that. It's also as useful for the others if you are in this community, if you are part of this community, because the others will provide you recognition, feedback, and help if you need it. So it's also interesting. Is belonging to a community is not just to listen, but also to participate and get credit and get feedback and help when you need it. Here, there's a screenshot of our community, our platform, where you can post and share information about the activities you have developed and classify them. And also, you can find activities by using our search tool. That is very, very interesting. Paolo, I think I have talked a lot, so I think it's time for you to go. What do you think?
No, don't worry. You've been very, very comprehensive in your presentation. And basically, I have just to make an exhortation to the participant. That's my role. But before giving you back the microphone, but in the meantime, maybe you might want to check on the screen sharing, because I could see only the PowerPoint program, not the actual slides. So I don't know whether it was just my issue or everybody's. And in the meantime, I can just talk, and because in the next slides you will have some numbers to show. Now, my role is just to stress that a community of practice is characterized by practice. So yes, you can go to the next slide. Thank you, Esther. So not every community is a community of practice. Of course, it is very important to share the same field of interest, the same domain of knowledge. Of course, it is important to participate, asking questions, but the most important thing is that you are supposed to practice. So just to make an example, if an online community of fans of a rock band, you name one, Dire Straits, Måneskin, whatever you like, if they go there just to talk about their music, that's not a community of practice. You are supposed to play covers of these bands, to organize gigs together, to meet, so to use the community to practice together. This is the most important thing in a community of practice, and luckily it is something that we are already seeing happening in the STEAM on Edu community. So please, the next slide. Thank you, Esther, and I thank you, very, very kind. And this is very kind of you. And basically, I don't want to spend many more words about it, because Esther already said it. Our community of practice is very, very useful to network among you. All of you know each other in the same country. All the STEAM practitioners know each other in the STEAM country very often, but they don't. But you don't know each other at a European level. And this is something that the STEAM on Edu community practice can really add to your experience. So I think I covered it all on my side. Esther, thank you for advancing my slides, and back to you.
Thank you very much. I'm so sorry that I didn't show my presentation, but okay, it's available for those who want to check later on, I guess. So I guess Alldigital will share the presentations with everybody.
Thank you very much, Paolo and Esther there. And yes, we will make sure to get hold of that presentation and share it with all of our audience members more widely. But thank you again to both of you for your breakdown of the STEAM Mon Edu community of practice there. Up next, we have Mikhail.
Let us just, we have a couple of slides. It's possible for us to share right now
we can have a quick look. We can have a very, very quick look. Sure.
It's just for inviting the others to see that our STEAM on Edu community is very big. We have more than 700 members. And that, we will have a lot, we have already a lot of activities that are posted there and that you are free to reuse and modify in some cases, most of them. We also have policies and a lot of discussions on the forum. So thank you very much for your attention. We have finished now and see you very soon. Let's continue with the presentation today.
Wonderful. Thank you very much again, Paolo and Esther, there for joining us this afternoon. Up next, we have Mikhail Jacob, researcher in education at EOS, Educating for an Open Society, Romania. Formerly, he worked within the Institute of Educational Sciences in Bucharest, and he is currently pursuing PhD studies at the university. He's going to share with us the STEAM education framework developed within the STEAM Mon Edu project. Mikhail, do we have you on the line?
Yes, sorry. Just,
wonderful, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay,
that's great.
Just let me... Okay. Is everything okay? Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can indeed.
Okay, good. I'll be very quick about it, though it is quite an information-heavy presentation. The STEAM Mon Edu framework is one of the key components of the project. And it aims to bring together some of the defining elements of STEAM education in order to present them in a synthetic overview. And its aim is to enable policymakers and other stakeholders to better design educational programs with STEAM at their core. The part that I took care of had 5 components. And the first one was defining what is STEAM education. The second one tried to map the educator's position. The third one tried to cover teachers and students' competencies. The fourth one, we called it a meta-methodology, a meta-reflection on instructional methods for STEAM education. And finally, we looked at professional development for STEAM educators. And what I will do now, I will run very briefly through these elements. The STEAM education is a natural development of STEM education, and its proponents consider that STEM did not, by not explicitly mentioning our creative and aesthetic side, it somehow diminished our presence and our engagement with the world. So in order to support and encourage learner agency, arts were added. What arts mean within the STEAM education, that is up for debate. There are many ways of looking at it, from a minimalist approach where arts are just creativity, to a maximalist approach when arts are integrated and have their own set of descriptors and achievement descriptors. There are 2 spellings which you will see in many references, both gray literature and academic literature. For STEAM, we opted for STEAM with the A in parentheses, not to doubt the role of the arts, but to reflect the tensions that are associated with its addition to STEM. The second part is dedicated to the educator's position. As anyone who has attempted to create a STEAM program, you have found yourselves entangled in a very complex arrangement of policies and stakeholders. And this has been mapped not just by this product, but also more in depth through others. For example, policies, they have within our project their own separate document. The educator's position was also mapped through the Competence framework. We also looked at how competencies are understood. After my presentation, you'll have an in-depth look at the STEAMcom. This is a framework which grew out of a questionnaire that was aimed at STEM educators, but the project took it and expanded it and validated it within the 5 partner countries. Also, we wanted to look at how students' competencies are mapped. And while there is no reference to STEAM competencies as a whole, there are other frameworks which have been proposed, some of them by the JRC, the European Union's Joint Research Center, that cover parts of this. The instructional methodology looks at instructional methods, and it has 4 parts. It looks at learning design principles. It looks at curricular approaches. It looks at the main teaching methods that were proposed for different activities. And finally, it offers some reflections on how suitable these methods are. We looked through the academic literature and tried to glean some of the what are the more appropriate methods that would enable you to have STEAM education rather than just STEM education. And finally, we looked at the professional development. As STEAM being new, it needs its own training apparatus. And as mentioned by Professor Kameas earlier, the STEAM on Edu project attempted to link to create a STEAM educator's competence profile that was linked to the ESCO framework. And this would make the STEAM educator as a profession or as a support a professional more readily certified across the union. And finally, but not less important, we stressed the importance of the educator's agency within their own continuous professional development, and because STEAM education needs to question its own contribution to education. STEAM education is not just a fad. It has to prove its own worth. And educators must be empowered to make their own decision regarding the opportunity to participate in this endeavor, because there are very different, the education systems across Europe are quite different. But I come from Romania, which has a very top-down approach. And I know that this is not the only case. So STEAM education has also the opportunity to promote this educator agency in taking ownership of their own professional development. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mikhail, for telling us a bit about the STEAM education framework. Now, one of the main results of the STEAM on Edu project is related to the definition of the educator's profile adopting STEAM approaches and the self-assessment STEAM, which we'll now hear a bit more about from Natalia Spiropoulou, researcher at the Computer and Technology Institute and Press Diophantus in Greece. She is a member of the Dynamic Ambient Intelligent Social Systems and part of CTI research team involved in STEAM Mon Edu. Natalia, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone. I'm happy to present some of the main results of the STEAM Mon Edu project, which are related to the educators' competence framework for STEAM educators that have been developed. During this presentation, I will present the need, the development methodology, and the scope of the STEAM competence framework for STEAM educators. Then I will present in more detail the structure and contents of the framework and some of the practical uses of it during the project, which includes the training program for STEAM educators, the Geoprofiles development, and the self-assessment tool for STEAM education. So we decided to follow a competence-based perspective with the development of the STEAM competence framework with the aim to support educators' preparation in STEAM education, as the approach of STEAM education has created the need for education system reform, and better preparation of educators is one of the main challenges for this required reform. As teaching strategies are changing, educators need to update the competence profiles to face these approaches. And as STEAM education is quite new, there is limited consideration of the challenges that the educators face, while guidance for educators in terms of how to effectively teach STEAM-related courses is still lacking. In general, competence frameworks and profiles assist in effective learning and development by identifying the knowledge, skills, and abilities necessary for successful performance in a job. More specific educators' competence profiles are also used to promote best practices, provide educators with a clear focus of goal settings for professional growth and efficiency, and also can help as a guide for educator training and professional development activities. So in order to develop this competence framework, a methodology was followed, which include multiple phases. Some of them include desk and field research to align with professional development requirements in different countries and levels of education, activities that were performed through the STEAM Mon Edu community during the first year of the project. We also exploit European competence framework, such as the European Framework for the Digital Competencies of Educators, the Edu, related procedures regarding STEAM education teaching competency, the European Framework of Teacher Competencies, the report of the STEAM competence for the 21st century by UNESCO. It has two specific aims. The first one is to be usable by educators for self-evaluation purposes as a self-assessment tool in order to educators evaluate themselves and find specific competencies that they need to improve. And the second one is to support professional development of STEAM educators, both as a guide for the formulation of the learning outcomes of specific training programs, and also as an assessment tool for the evaluation of the training programs. Here we can see the structure of the framework. At the top level, we have perspectives, which represent the different roles that the educator have. Each perspective includes one or more areas in which a set of competencies that have related topic are grouped. So we developed a competence framework, which is a complete set of competencies following a holistic approach with various perspectives and by accommodating several roles of the STEAM educator, such as teacher, content creator, instructional designer, manager. We have 5 specific perspectives, 16 competency areas, and 44 different competencies. Here is the overview of the perspectives and all the 16 competency areas. Going deeper in the framework, the first perspective represents the educator as teacher, training, and tutor, and includes all the required educator competencies during an educational procedure that helps students learn. It includes different 6 competency areas: pedagogy, content knowledge, instruction, use of content tools, feedback and assessment, and learning empowerment. The second perspective is the educator as a learning designer and creator, which include competencies related to planning, preparing, and developing educational procedures, learning activities and content that are needed in different phases, and also open supported competencies which aim to facilitate learner development regarding STEAM competencies. The third perspective represents the role of educator as orchestrator and manager. It includes competencies related to managing and orchestrating the education procedures, the content and the digital technologies, the lab, its equipment, and also group of students or group of educators during collaborative learning activities. The fourth perspective now represents the role of educator as a community member. It has competencies related to interacting and engaging with institutional, business, and other STEAM-related communities, and also to apply policies that promote STEAM education. And finally, we have the fifth perspective, which represents educator as a professional and includes competencies related to their professional development alongside transferable and also digital skills that are needed during STEAM-related activities. The evaluation of the framework was a really important task during its development phase. As a result, we designed a two-phase evaluation. Educators, researchers, school managers, directors, and policymakers with STEAM education experience at all levels of education from different organizations and geographic regions participate in it. More than 300 participants from more than 20 countries from all over the world participate with both qualitative and quantitative feedback. We are now working on the updated and final version of the framework based on the community feedback that will be available at the end of this year. The framework is an important outcome of the project and was exploited and also connected with other project tasks. Some of the practical application of the framework during the project include the professional development program for STEAM educators, including a blended course and the massive open online course. Also, the STEAM educator profiles following the rules of ESCO framework, and also the STEAM self-assessment tool for educational organization and educators. Well, at first, we utilized the framework in order to be used as a guide for the design of the professional development program for STEAM educators, which includes a Mooc and a blended course. The framework was also used as educational content during the Mooc on the professional development competency area. More information about the training program will be presented in the following presentation. So I will continue with the next one, which is the Geoprofiles for STEAM education, which were developed based on the framework and with the use of community discussion during both Mooc and blended learning. The main Geoprofiles are based on the teaching level or type of educators, while some other auxiliary roles are identified, such as the STEAM pedagogy expert, the STEAM technology expert, STEAM educator's assistant, and also STEAM ambassador. As I said, these Geoprofiles follow the ESCO rules. Finally, we have the STEAM self-assessment tool for STEAM education. The framework also used here to design, develop this tool for educational organization and educators to assess their readiness regarding STEAM education. The tool is following Selfie tool and Selfie for teachers as best practices, which are initiatives of the European Commission to help school and teachers assess where they stand with learning in the digital age. As the Selfie tool, this tool is a web-based tool. It's also a questionnaire-based tool where the questions are based on the STEAM competence framework. Also, no personal data is collected while it produces reports based on the specific results. It is designed to involve the key actors of the school community, which include directors, teachers, and also students. The aim of this tool is to support education organizations and educators in assessing and improving their STEAM education policies and practices. In addition, it helps to understand its strengths and weaknesses, to plan for improvement, and better support educators and students in order to implement STEAM education programs successfully. In this image, we can see the structure of the STEM self-assessment tool. The core body of the questionnaire includes items which properly formed based on the STEAM competency framework. These items are obligatory, while there are some optional items so that the questionnaire can be customized based on the needs of each educational organization. Some optional items are based on the digital competence framework for organization, and then it is also possible to add some custom items where each user can create their own questions. Also, during the registration of the school, some data about the school profile are collected, with also some additional demographic data. And the tool actually anonymously collects educational organization leaders, teachers, and students' opinions on how STEAM is used in their organization. At this point, we have focused on teachers, and we have the questionnaire for teachers, but at the end of the year, the final version of the tool will include also questions for directors and students. Teachers and students will be asked about their practice and experience, while school leaders will be asked about policies and strategies in their school. Here we can see the platform. It is online and you can easily access through the link of the first version of the platform. It includes pages with all the general information about the tool, some general guides, and some reports, sample reports. Here we can see the setup of the questionnaire with tabs, all the questions categorized based on the 5 perspectives and competency areas. The questions are close-ended questions with a simplified Likert scale. So based on the questionnaire results, the tool after the end of the active period generates a report with the results using graphs. The results are provided per role, directors, teachers, students, and per perspectives, per areas, and also per item. And the report can be also saved in a PDF format. The first pilot use of this first version for teachers was used during the blended course of the training program with educators. The educators had to use it and evaluate it based on a specific questionnaire regarding its usability, content, and about the generated report. Educators also commented about potential improvements, and based on the input of the final version will be based on this input, we will develop the final version. Here we can see also some examples of the comments where educators find it useful and easy. And also we can see that they recommend to be translated in European languages in order to be more accessible to educators. For now, it's only on English. So this was the main results about the competence framework. All the results will be available on the official project site on the results page, and also you can see the link for the tool. So thank you for listening to my presentation.
Wonderful. Thank you very much indeed, Natalia, for your presentation there on the STEAM competence framework. And as you referenced there in your presentation, we're now going to move on to looking at the training program that has been developed within the STEAM Mon Edu project for educators. For this cause, let's welcome Anastasios Iosifidis, Senior Researcher at the Computer and Technology Institute and Press Diophantus in Greece. His background is within computer engineering, and he has been collaborating with the Hellenic Open University since 2010 as a lecturer researcher within international projects. His fields of research are IoT and STEM education. Anastasios, if you'd like to take the floor.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me and you can see me. I would like to ask Natalia to stop her sharing so that I can share my presentation. Okay, thank you very much. So, hello everybody. I hope that you can see my presentation. What I'm going to present here today is the training program of the STEAM on Edu project, entitled Design, Orchestration, and Implementation of STEAM Education. Now, first thing is that I'm going to describe what I'm going to say to you. After an introduction regarding the background of the training program, I'm going to provide a description of the massive open online course that was created and realized during the STEAM on Edu project, and then a brief description of the blended course. Finally, I would like to give you some statistics and the assessment of the participants from the first implementation of the MOOC program. Now, let's see some things about the background and the way that the training program has been developed. First of all, I have to say that the training program is based on the STEAM on Edu competence framework that Natalia has just described, and which we can see here in full view with the 5 main perspectives and the areas around each perspective and the specific competencies, which are these more cycles. Now, this was a puzzle for us how to provide all these competencies to the participants. However, after a good design, we managed to create a Moodle, a MOOC that focuses on 3 specific competencies of the educator as a teacher and trainer tutor perspective, 3 competencies of the perspective of the educator as learning designer and creator, all the competencies of the educator as orchestrator and manager, 3 competencies of the educator as community member, and 2 more with dealing with professional development of the educators. All these summed up make 18 modules, 18 competencies, 16 modules, 16 competencies, which are complemented by 2 more modules, informative modules on digital skill and transferable skill. So this is in general what the MOOC provides. On top of this, the blended course delves into course and activity design on career guidance and learner development, as well as design and creation of policies, together with the STEAM self-assessment tool that Natalia has just described, and the STEAM educator profiles, a discussion on STEAM educator profiles. Now, who is the training program for? The training program is for anybody who is interested in STEAM education, and by anybody we mean active educators, managers or directors of education, as well as students or graduates. All of them have to need to have an EQF 6 degree or to be in the last year of pursuing one. And their background should be general knowledge of pedagogy and educational practice, and of course some standard skills on information systems and computing, so that to follow the MOOC platform. The participation to the MOOC is free. However, for the blended course, the participants were selected following some procedures, specific procedures for the MOOC participants that have received the MOOC certificate, that have fulfilled the MOOC successfully. Now, the methodology for the design and development of the training program was the ADI methodology, meaning analysis, design, development, implementation, and assessment. Assessment that took place in all intermediate steps, and the summative assessment, so that to satisfy all, to be sure that the quality of result will be high. Now, this meant that we had to work for 9 months, and we had over 30 meetings dedicated to the training program, and over 40 people have been cooperating all this period to deliver the training program. Among them, we had authors, technical or scientific reviewers, speakers, tutors, 2 coordinators, one of which was myself, and 2 expert engineers for technical support. Now, let's move on with a description of the massive online open online course. The MOOC was delivered via the CTI Moodle platform and included, as we have already described, 18 modules. Each module had some units, consisted of several units. In total, we had 50 units, and each unit included one or more learning objects. In total, 125 learning objects, out of which most were self-running presentations, but also activity or interview videos, study documents, and 12 form topics for interaction of the participants among them. The estimated workload was 5 or 6 hours per week for a duration of 6 weeks. However, in the first implementation, we have added a preliminary week before the beginning of the program and a leap week, a gap bit in the middle of the program, so that's to allow participants to catch up. Now, here is the first perspective that was discussed in the first week. As we can see, there are a lot of competencies that had to do with the educator as teacher, trainer, and tutor. However, most of these competencies have already been attained by educators, like instruction, learning empowerment, feedback and assessment, in their normal education studies. So what we try to do here is to select these competencies that we feel are the most important in the STEAM approach. And this has to do with content loaded, pedagogic, and content and tools use. In fact, we start this week with what STEAM represents and means. What is STEAM? What are convergent skills, divergent skills, interdisciplinarity, transdisciplinarity, etc. And then we move on with techniques, learning and teaching, that foster critical thinking and creativity, that are important to important skills to teach in schools, and some steps to create a STEAM classroom, etc. Finally, in this week, we discussed methods for selection of tools and content, and provided examples and use cases that can be used for the STEAM approach, in the STEAM approach. The second week deals with the perspective of the educator as learning designer and creator. Here we focused on 3 specific competencies, while 2 others have been covered by the blended learning course program. Now here, first of all, we deal with activity design and course design. What are the design principles in STEAM? What steps we have to follow? If there are any risks, what opportunities came out of the audience, how we can assure that the quality is high, and what should be the assessment methods, etc. And in addition, we had some methods, tips, and tools that can be used for content creation in the context of STEAM education, such as Turtle Coder, Scratch, and Minecraft. Third and fourth week covered the perspective of the educator as orchestrator and manager. We had decided that 2 weeks are necessary for this perspective because this is quite important, very important in the context of STEAM approach. And when we are talking about orchestration and manager, we first have to do with management of the educational procedure. And this means teaching organization methods like time management, getting things done methodology, or strategies, inquiry-based or other strategies, and methods that can be used for creating effective lesson plans, as well as classroom management methods, like how we can assess the emotional setting of the classroom to create a student-oriented classroom, as well as handle unexpected situation or take disciplinary actions, how we can organize the space of the classroom. The second week of this perspective had to do with resource management. And when we are talking about resources, we have educational resources, laboratory resources, and human resources. And first of all, we have to see how we can work with educational resources, what are the types, how we can classify them, what has to be taken care of regarding copyright, sensitive content, etc. Then we tried to approach how labs can be organized, and how we can create a laboratory culture to the students, and how we can handle technical problems regarding lab management methods. Finally, and most importantly, probably, we needed to discuss human resource management methods, collaboration and communication of teachers, of educators, and with other educators, or educators with professionals, or educators with academics is very important in the context of team approach. So we discussed specific methods like the working out loud method and the Scrum collaborative method that facilitate management and communication among the ones that create and deliver STEAM content. The fifth week had to do with the educator as a community member, which is the fourth perspective of the STEAM competence profile. Here we started with what is a community of practice and what are the most important rules of online communities, netiquette, psychology of digital age, etc. And then we delved into citizen science and other business communities with specific examples and use cases. Finally, we discussed policies, education policies in the context of STEAM, public policies, drivers, trends, national and international policies, as well as how we can create impactful messages advocating STEAM approach. The last week first had dealt with research activities. So how an educator can be a researcher, participate in research. So we have discussed about research methods, reporting, dissemination, ethics, etc., and lifelong learning as well. And then we had two informative modules, one on digital skills like DigComp Edu, DigComp, European Skills Agenda, the manifesto, the AD manifesto of digital competencies, etc., as well as the selfie tool. And then finally, we provided some guidance of how transferable skills can be attained, giving focus on critical thinking, information management, communication, and ethics. And this was the MOOC program. Now let's move on with a brief, shorter description of the blended course, which was designed to have a nominal duration of 3 weeks, again through the CTI Moodle platform. However, in this case, we used other platforms as well, like the Learning Activity Management System platform, the SET, the self-assessment tool for STEAM that was been described by Natalia before, Zoom for online sessions, and of course the community platform of STEAM on Edu that has been described earlier. Now, in this case, we had online sessions, self-running presentations, study documents, and most importantly, assignments and activities that required increased workload by the participants. So in fact, the workload of this was an intensive program with around 10 hours per week necessary for the participants to fulfill all the requirements. Now, the basic contents were the use of LAMs, of a specific tool, so that to create sequences of learning activities and educational scenarios. Then student career guidance and STEAM careers in the context of learner development techniques. After this, we have discussed the STEAM evaluation tool, and participants have assessed this STEAM evaluation tool that we have created. And we have discussed about ESCO profiles and the educator profile design. Finally, we have provided them with tools, methods that can be used so that to promote STEAM policies and to create STEAM policies, at least at the local level, but it's the first step, so that to understand policies in general and to participate in policy creation and application. Finally, in the blended course, we have invited 2 experts so that to present their views on STEM and STEAM and allow participants to attain a broader understanding, broader view, or complementary view to the one that has been developed by the STEAM on Edu project. Now, let's have a look as a last step at the statistics of the first implementation of the MOOC and what in fact the participants achieved and how did they evaluate the course. Now, on the left side, we can see the participants' activity when we have drawn the views and the posts of the participants during the duration of the MOOC that started May 16. This was the preliminary week, and ended by July 11, although the MOOC was left open until end of August. We can see what is, for me, is astonishing to see is that, okay, we have 400,000 views, but this is not something not usual in such case of platform. What was very important is that we had almost 60,000 posts in the forum topics that in the 12 forum topics or other posts that the participants have created. 400 of them almost participated in the MOOC, and out of them 377 completed more than one of the 18 assessments. 229 of them gained the certificate, received the certificate by because they managed to have more than 75% in the evaluation in all the evaluation, all the assessment modules. Now, let's see, we have provided them with questionnaires before and after the MOOC, and let's see some results. But first, let's have a look at the profile of the responders. We had 261 responses. Out of them, 8% or more were female. And as we can see, the participants and the responders of the MOOC mostly were from primary and secondary schools and preschool ages. But in addition, we have some participants from higher education, non-formal education, as well as adult education and managers. Most of the people were Greek, Romanian, Italian, and Spanish, but we had some people out of Europe as well. As we can see, the participants, most participants had a master's degree. Most of them were between 35 and 54, this almost 80% of them, while in accordance with this, their teaching experience were more than, almost 80% of them have a teaching experience more than 10 years. What did they gain most? This was one of the most important questions. And they believe that through the MOOC, 85% of them through the MOOC gained new skills, even more new knowledge, and even more access to educational resources. So what will they be able to do with all this they gained? According to their opinion, they can apply what they have learned in a very high percentage to their everyday work in classroom, and they can improve their current job over 80%. However, it is not that easy, although a lot of them, more than 2 out of 3, believe that they can change things in their organization. This is not that easy as to apply what they have learned. And from our statistics, we can find that it is even difficult to change things in a broader perspective than their organization. And let's have an idea of what was the Mooc evaluation by providing just four diagrams regarding the organization, the quality and suitability of the material, the platform, and the tutors. Now, regarding, as we can see, more than 90% of them were very happy with the organization in modules, activities, weeks, etc. And we're talking about with the Likert scale, where 1 has low and 5 has high. As we can see, 90% of them were very happy with the organization, and almost 90% of them were very happy with the material quality and stability for achieving the course objectives. Now, almost 90% again, more than 85%, have found that the system, the platform was easy to use. They could learn easily to use it. They felt confident using them, and they would like to use this frequently. And again, regarding the tutors, which was an additive effort of the projects to support the MOOC, we can see that more than 85% of them are very happy with the approachability and the availability of the tutors. Now, we have some, in addition to this, we have gathered their personal views in simple text, and we can see that the strong points agreed with the statistics, because the strong points, they feel that they think the strong points are organization, structure, consistency and quality of material, examples and practical advice, the resources, and of course, useful knowledge. Working at own pace, at own space is something that MOOC environments provide anyway. The major weak points, as stated by the participants, was the language. They would prefer to have the MOOC in their own language, and this was difficult for them and increased the workload to more than 6 hours per week in some cases. And another thing that was mentioned by the participant is the timing, because the MOOC has taken place from May to July, which is a period, it's the ending period of a difficult, stressful year due to COVID-19. All in all, I have to say that the training program was based in the STEAM Comp education framework, and with well-established design and development methodology, it focused on critical competencies for STEAM educators. And as far as we understand from the statistics and the results, the first implementation was very successful, and this gives us strength to go on and probably repeat the MOOC and design other MOOCs in the same context. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you to Athanasios for your presentation on the training program for STEAM Mon Edu there. And to those of you who would like to revisit some of the presentations you have seen so far, they will all be uploaded to the Summit website over at summit.all-digital.org. So feel free to have a bit of an explore over there. And also a reminder for all of you to write in your questions to us, and we shall raise them with our speakers shortly after our final presentation, which is focused on how the STEAM Mon Edu project looks at policies within the field of STEAM education. For this, I would like to invite to the stage Claudia Matera, Project and Fundraising Officer at Alldigital.
Thank you, Samuel. Hi, everyone. So in 2012, I've designed and developed my first video game for iPad with my indie gaming company. My education background is in contemporary history of art, and at that time I ended up in questioning myself, how can I develop an app? Which software to use? How to ensure accessibility and usability? What kind of resources do I need? How to create an engaging experience to an international audience? So I was moving from a letter A into the STEM world. Years later, gaming became a huge market for careers, and so I felt less alone. But it was extremely rare to meet a female software engineer. So when our keynote speaker, Anushka Ferrari, was telling the numbers of female graduating within STEM and STEAM, that's, also the fields that I came from, in a way, from my story. So gaming is one of the best examples of STEAM and the combination of the two components, the art and STEM. So reflecting on the existing policies that are relevant for STEAM education, we can recognize the will to multiplicate and to facilitate professional experiences similar to mine, and back to what Anushka Ferrari just said earlier today. And so foster women within STEM careers and subjects. So it has already mentioned, and I will just quickly remind, the Digital Education Action Plan, which clearly set the strategic priorities to foster the high-performing digital education ecosystem that we need, than digitally competent and confident educators and education and training staff. So, of course, within STEM disciplines, these would be needed to enhance, in general, the digital skills and competencies for the digital age, and so supporting the provision of basic digital skills and competencies from an early age, which is relevant to provide that kind of confidence in operating within the field, and promote advanced digital skills development for jobs and careers. So, also, Anuska Ferrari was referring to the presence of women within STEM and the activities also that the Commission is supporting. For instance, the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, and in general, the EU STEM Coalition. These are ways to promote the development of a new higher education curricula for engineering and ICT based on the STEM approach. Overall, this objective works nicely in combination with the European Skills Agenda that has included STEM as one of the 12 actions identified to carry on. It is quite evident that these actions have the aim of contributing to develop skills and jobs in a green and digital economy, which bring us in considering STEM within the contemporary context we're living in. So modern societies have started being focused on sustainability aspects, putting under the light the climate change challenge. In other words, the green transition requires citizens with green and entrepreneurship skills to be developed in combination with core skills and, of course, transversal and soft skills. Earlier today, we started diving into these aspects, and later today, it will be discussed further in the panel, but also later on. So STEAM education can be interpreted as an approach to practically translate the green and digital transition in our everyday life, and at the same time to enhance sustainable competitiveness at economic level, ensuring social fairness and building on resilience, which is in line with the digital compass. So the digital compass is the vision of the European digital transformation by 2030 that has been presented at the beginning of the year. It identifies 4 cardinal points: skills, infrastructures, business, and government, focusing on gender convergence, educating at least the 80% of the population to the basic digital skills, providing a climate-neutral technological infrastructure everywhere, engaging companies within this process and facilitating the switch of the public services for citizens into digital tools and platforms. When talking about STEAM within policies, it's relevant to mention the Council recommendation of 22nd May 2018 on key competencies for lifelong learning, which underlines the competence needs due to technological infrastructure and service-based society we are within, and the current overall level of knowledge and skills citizens and educators have. We might refer to the data collected by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, the Programme for International Student Assessment, or the OECD Programme for the International Assessment of Adult Competencies, which have highlighted a lack of skills among both teenagers and adults across Europe. It is also relevant to underline the reflection on the learning approaches and methodologies to adopt, such as inquiry-based, project-based, blended arts and games-based learning, which increase engagement, motivation, and learning itself. We will explore examples of best practices later today, hearing from teachers within the STEAM and Edu community of practice the impact of these approaches and methodologies on their students. Related with the schooling system, the communication from the Commission to the European Parliament, the Council, the European Economic and Social Committee, and the Committee of Regions, which is titled School Development and Excellent Teaching for a Great Start in Life, referred to STEM education, stimulated the exchange of best practices and promoting cooperation of higher education, research, businesses with schools, with the Erasmus Plus funding. In fact, as again Anuska Ferrari shared with us, the Erasmus Plus program guide, which is the union program for education, training, youth and sport, has included a priority in promoting the development of national STEM strategies, developing partnerships between schools and again businesses, higher education, research institutions and the wide society to promote effective and innovative pedagogies and assessment, promoting the STEM approach to education through interdisciplinary teaching of STEM in cultural, economical, environmental, design, and other contexts, with the involvement of all academic discipline. This is linked also with what Professor Achilles Cameas was saying in terms of having the integration of these skills all together. Within this scenario, then, the European education area operates as the point of reference for union member states with the focus on the quality in education and training, the inclusion and gender equality, in building resilient and looking forward education and training systems in line with the approach of the Next Generation EU and the COVID-19 recovery plan, facing the digital and green transitions, supporting teachers and trainers with European guidance for national career frameworks and European Innovative Teaching Award, and higher education programs for upskilling, making sure that education has a geopolitical dimension. So the vision of the education profession within the European area is one of the highly competent and motivated educators who can benefit from a range of support and professional development opportunities throughout their varied careers. There is a need for a highly competent, enthusiastic, and committed professional workforce, and the first aim is to overcoming teachers' shortages, which is an issue that many EU countries are facing, either within STEM or when addressing learners with special needs. So STEM education promotes a more holistic approach in learning, careers and life, and the recommendation on the upskilling pathways reinforce the need to upskill educators to engine the digital and green transition. So policies address STEM education from the competence perspective in stimulating union members to include within their curricula STEM subjects and approaches for educating the future education for a more inclusive and then sustainable and so better world. Thank you. Samuel, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I think a round of applause for Claudia there. Why not? Yes, absolutely. And a big thank you to Claudia and all of our speakers there for giving us an insight into the specificities of the STEM Mon Edu project. We haven't quite finished yet, though, with this specific project because we have a couple of minutes left for questions from the audience that have been coming through that I would like to raise with some of our speakers. And we have one here for Natalia, if she is still on the line. Maybe we can bring her back in one moment through the magic of the World Wide Web. Natalia, thank you. Thank you for staying with us. We have one question here that's come in from the audience, and a question member asks, what is the importance of having included the manager-coordinator role within your framework?
It's very important, actually, because a very important problem that a lot of educators have during while they try to implement STEM education into the classroom is that they need to manage the time in order to implement all the different tasks based on a specific school curriculum and the different hours that each classroom has. And also as a STEAM educator, you have to have different equipments. You need to have a lab, and there is also, it's very important to have some skills in order to manage and organize all this different equipment. And also it is a specific area for the human resources management and orchestrator, because STEAM education has a lot of teamwork approaches, and not only for the students, but also for educators. They need to collaborate in order to implement STEAM education. So it's a really important perspective, as we believe and we saw through the research that we have done.
Yeah, and just while you're still with us, I'd like to pose one more question to you that's come through from the audience. And after that, we're going to take a short coffee break. But we have an audience member who asks, is the framework aligned with the European Quality Framework? And if so, what is the level of the training?
Actually, the Geoprofiles that we develop follows ESCO, and we will try to align them with the European Quality Framework. So it is a task that we are going to try to do it on the Geoprofiles that the STEAM, that the framework was used in order to create.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Natalia, for responding to those questions now. And we're now about to take a very, very short, but much needed, I imagine, coffee break. Don't forget to join us after the break at around 3:20, where we will have a keynote speech from Professor Anastasios Mikropoulos, and you will also have the chance to pose your own questions to him. Feel free again to find out a bit more about all this and more during the break on our online platform agenda, and we'll see you back here at 3:20. Welcome back. I hope you're feeling sufficiently refueled for our second keynote speech of the day, and this comes to you from Anastasios Mikropoulos, Professor in ICT and Virtual Reality in Education at the Department of Primary Education, University of Ioannina, Greece. Anastasios is the director of the Educational Approaches to Virtual Reality Technologies Lab called Earth Lab. He also serves as a consultant for the Greek Ministry of Education in topics such as digital school and in-service teachers' further training. His speech, coming to you now, is on the pedagogical aspects of STEM or STEAM education. And remember to get your questions into him, and we will address them with Anastasios at the end of his keynote speech. I'd now like to pass the floor to Anastasios to hear what he has to say.
Hello, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. I thank the organizers for the invitation and the opportunity to give me to present my ideas on STEM education. Just a moment to share my screen. Can you see the presentation right now? Okay. Well, let's start with some questions. What are the ways to improve a runner's performance? What is the best type of car to buy? Is it an internal combustion engine, or should I buy a hybrid car? Or maybe even better, a completely electric car? What are the ways to relieve from different insect stings? Is vinegar, for example, good for everything? Can I trust my horoscope predictions? How can I design my experiment? What will be the experimental setup? What will be the methodology I have to follow? how can we recreate the ancient theater of Dodona because of the collapsed stands caused by the erosion? What do these questions have in common? They are real problems. They are authentic problems. They require knowledge transfer among various disciplines. They need skills and competencies. They require collaboration, cooperation, and communication of knowledge. They require a solution, tests, improvements, and the optimum solution at the end. They are complicated problems. All these are real, difficult to solve problems. Some history now. Some history from 1985 almost to today, both in the USA and Europe. In the beginning of 2000, the American Ministry of Education, let's say, said that we have to improve education in STEM disciplines, not STEM education, STEM disciplines, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Why? Because there were some low performances in evaluation, international evaluation tests like TIMSS and PISA. At the same time, in Europe, and actually in the UK, there was a movement to activate youth, and there was a need for professional orientation. Why? Because it was a lack of graduates in STEM fields having competencies to communicate knowledge and solve real problems. Almost the same situation we can see in the States and Europe. In 2015, President Obama said that there is a need for STEM education and critical thinking skills. You can see that the story changes, not STEM disciplines, but STEM education and critical thinking. And he added that we need to include everybody in education, inclusion, education for all. So critical thinking and educational for all. At the same time, in Europe, the European Union says that we have to promote STEM education, education for all. And Europe says that we have to enhance innovation and create new jobs. So here we can see a transformation from STEM disciplines to STEM education. So let's be in Europe now. In 2015, the European Parliament proposes certain actions to promote STEM education, aiming at the enhancement of competencies and professional skills. And the European Committee proposes changes in curricula, changes in instructional techniques, teachers' professional development, and gender equality. Do they happen? Perhaps yes, perhaps no. Or yes, at a certain level. Now, at the same time, we look at the class of the 21st century, and we have to do the leap from 3 R's to 4 C's. We all know the 3 R's: reading, writing, and arithmetics. And everybody says that in nowadays, these 3 R's are conquered by everybody or almost everybody. And we have to go from these 3 R's to the 4 C's, meaning critical thinking, creativity, communication, collaboration, and cooperation. Why? Because these are necessary to solve authentic, that is real problems, with the contribution of sciences. We all know that sciences, natural sciences, are key disciplines to everyday life. So we need these competencies to solve problems from our life. Let's see a small example. Here we have some groups of students conducting an experiment, either in the real environment at the left or in a collaborative virtual environment at the right. What is the problem these students have to solve? They have to turn this mirror here at the left so that this laser beam coming from this laser hit the mirror at the correct angle, so that the reflected beam to be at the center of this yellow circle in order this yellow circle to fall down. Okay, we all know that this is a really simple problem. This is a problem we can solve with, let's say, high school mathematics. But the difficult part of this problem is that this problem is a real problem. And our experiments show it that the students, not the pupils, but university students, had a difficulty to realize that this simple problem was a problem that uses simple geometry. What I mean is that we learn many things at school, but all these nice things are not so close to reality. And we have to transfer them in real situations in order to solve them. Now, what is STEM education? Let's see the dominant version of STEM education. STEM refers to the combination of sciences, technology, engineering, and mathematics in a way that it exceeds the limits between these disciplines. This says that STEM education is an interdisciplinary approach, not thematic, interdisciplinary approach, or even a thematic approach, not an interdisciplinary. These are two completely different concepts. And STEM education refers to real problems. Okay. Why do we need STEM and STEAM education? Because now we can see that some years ago, the A coming from arts came here, and STEM education became STEAM education. Okay. First of all, we want our students, our future professionals, to be able to solve real problems. And in order to do that in a really nice way, they need creativity and motivation, which arts can introduce. That's why arts came into STEM education. So what do we need for STEM or STEAM education? This is the well-known model saying that in order to teach a discipline or a topic or a theme, firstly, we have to have content knowledge. In order to solve a problem in physics, for example, I have to know about the problem, about the theories, the concepts, the scientific methodology, all things around physics. But is it enough? No, it's not enough, because I have to know how to do it. So I need a second body of knowledge, the pedagogical knowledge. I need to know how to do it. that is, what instructional models and strategies to use, what the curriculum says, how to organize the classroom, and so on. And of course, I don't need to own this second body of knowledge separately than content knowledge, but I have to be able to combine these two bodies of knowledge, because I need to know what pedagogies to teach the specific content, how I will teach motion, for example. This is the so-called pedagogical content knowledge. But now we have technology. We have digital technology. Digital technology is all around us. So we use it in education, and we have to have technological knowledge. That is, we have to know the affordances of technology, namely the unique features of technology, and we have to have digital competencies. But again, this body of knowledge has to be combined with the other two. So that is, we have to have technological content knowledge, meaning we have to know which technology to use to teach a specific content, and in parallel, we have to have technological pedagogical knowledge, meaning we need to have the knowledge on how to use the specific technology to teach something. Finally, as you can imagine, we have to have technological pedagogical content knowledge in order to teach meaningfully and support our teaching by technology. And if you think a little, all these things can be related to STEAM education. So STEAM is meaningful learning. And I remind you that we left the fields of STEAM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and now we can see, we have to see, we see STEAM as a whole, as a unity. And what does it mean? That means that E from engineering is not some topics from engineering, but E means engineering design. And it is to solve real problems, considering all the limitations, technical, environmental, and social. Okay? That means engineering. And that is, E for engineering configures the real problem and the procedure to solve it. Engineering says how to solve a problem with the things, with the cars, with the ancient theater, everything else. And arts adds creativity and motivation. And the other fields, let's say, for science, technology, and mathematics, provide us knowledge and skills to solve the real problems. So STEAM education introduces the engineering way of thinking in the educational process. What is it? And now we can see the well-known engineering circle. We have to define the problem, the real problem, authentic problem. After that, we have to do some research on this problem, followed by a plan and design how to solve this problem, create and develop my first, let's say, solution, test and evaluate the solution, reflect and improve the solution or the research or the design, and communicate all this knowledge and skills with others. And after that, I have to start from the beginning, start again, because I need probably to redefine the problem, to redesign and find a better solution. So, what after all is the pedagogical added value of STEAM education? It is to reach high level of cognitive skills. We can see here the well-known revised Bloom cognitive taxonomy. So STEAM help us to reach the 5th or even the 6th level, to give us the competencies to evaluate and create new knowledge through the solving of real problems. But not only this, STEAM education help us to reach higher levels of the affective taxonomy as well as of the psychomotor taxonomy. So in my opinion, STEAM education is a whole approach, not a new approach, an old approach, but an approach that puts things together in order to reach the best of education. So the integrated version of STEAM is this one, following recent research in the field. Of course, we need STEM content, but STEM education is not an interdisciplinary or even thematic approach. It uses STEM content, uses problem-based learning or inquiry learning or design-based learning or collaborative learning in order to solve a real problem. And that means actually the approach of knowledge construction or social construction of knowledge. And put in a little different way, STEM education is knowledge combined with skills, combined with values to solve problems for everyday life or for society or for the environment. And what is, after all, the meaning of STEM education? This is the meaning of STEM education. Real problems do not refer to individual disciplines as they are usually taught in school. STEM approach combines knowledge and skills to strengthen students on the way things work. Okay, that's fine, but this is theory. What can I do at school? Okay, we have, my opinion is that we have to transform this engineering circle into an education.
It appears we may have briefly lost Anastasios Mikropoulos there. We were just actually about to wrap up for a quick coffee break, but maybe we can try and see if we can get Anastasios back online, if we're having any luck with our tech wizards here in Brussels. And it doesn't appear so. So unfortunately, we've lost Anastasios this time around. We've actually had a couple of questions coming in from the audience, but maybe we can come back to those just after the break, and we'll try and get Anastasios back online with us. We're going to take another short coffee break now, but be sure to join us again at 4 p.m. when we'll have a range of lightning talks and a panel discussion, and also a segment when we're going to share best practices. Thanks very much for staying with us, and we'll see you again at 4. Hello there, and we are back online. I think if we ever needed a message from the gods that more digital skills are needed now more than ever in Europe, I think that was a pretty clear one indeed. Our apologies there for the technical glitch, but I do believe that we have Anastasios back online with us.
Yes.
And hello, Anastasios, we can hear
Hello.
you loud and clear. And while unfortunately we don't have enough time now to finish your presentation, those of you tuning in can view Anastasios' presentation on the Alldigital Summit website. But I just wonder, Anastasios, if you could stay with us for a couple of minutes, because we had 2 questions from the audience come in specifically in response to some of the things you were saying. And I just wondered if you would mind responding to a couple of these questions for us. And
Sure, no
we
problem.
have...
I'm waiting. I'm keen to hear it.
Wonderful. One audience member asks, what might be the balance between the art component and the STEM one within education? Is it correct to translate the creative component within the problem-solving mindset, or is it something more than that?
Okay, we can see STEM education from different viewpoints, but my point is that arts provide us with the motivation and the creativity and guide us, let's say, how to think in order to solve the problem, not using just critical thinking, but thinking creatively, something that is completely different. So arts offer us the way to do it, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. And it's interesting what you say there.
Inspire us, let's say. Arts inspire us.
Yeah, and absolutely. And we see this trend almost emerging from the US in many ways, because some of the tech leaders across there have studied a range of subjects, including philosophy and political economy and other theories like that. So it's very interesting, this interdisciplinary approach there, and bringing in arts and the humanities also to the STEM framework. We have another question here for you, Anastasios. One audience member asks, how is the STEAM approach in, quote, engineering the process of thinking in education close to the service design and universal design approach?
Oh, I don't know what he or she means with universal design. I'm familiar with the universal design for learning.
Yes, I think what is meant by universal design is creating products and services that everyone can use, that are really inclusive.
Oh yes, that is universal design for learning. Yes, this is a very general model, and of course we can use it in every situation, and we can pick some elements from universal design model in order to design and create our solution. Yes, we can do it.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon, Anastasios Mikropoulos, for your speech on the pedagogical aspects of STEM and STEAM education, and also for your responses there to the questions. And just a reminder that you can catch Anastasios' presentation online over at the Alldigital Summit website. We're going to be rapidly moving on now by exploring specific projects within the STEAM field with a series of lightning talks. First up, I would like to invite again Esther Subias, Project Manager at Collectic, to hear about her activities. For those of you that are only joining the conference now, Esther Subias has coordinated and supported Punt TIC and Omnia Networks in Catalonia, and she is the Director of the Postgraduate Studies in Ecosystems in Digital Learning, Innovation in Training at Barcelona University, and she's also the Ambassador of Technovation Girls in Spain. So I pass the floor back over to you, Esther.
Thank you very much again for this amazing opportunity to share our projects. I see my video with this virtual thing. It's like something strange, so I will take it out. Okay, I see. I guess this time you are seeing my presentation. Is it moving? Can you see my second slide?
It's working perfectly, Esther. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, I have some echo. So thank you very much. So I will present now something very, very connected with the STEAM on Edu project. In fact, the STEAM on Edu project allow us as Collective, which is my organization, my cooperative, the cooperative where I work, this project allows us to think about our approach by using the STEAM for the communities, working with an holistic perspective, several different projects. So let me present them very quickly. If I'm able to to change the presentation. I will explain you several strategies we develop in our community. We run activities and experiences for children and young people, so we care about the young people being involved in technology and also in all the STEAM competencies. We run some projects related to research, action, and participation, which it's a specific strategy for research where you take part of the things you are investigating. We also offer training for teachers and social educators. We offer free content and free hardware. So we led the people to have robots, 3D printers, and other technologies, so they can use them with their students. And we offer finally an open space where we develop, we try the people to run peer-to-peer learning. I will explain them very, very quickly. First idea is the STEAM activities for children and youngsters. So we offer STEAM experiences more than projects or activities. They are experience, and we just try to offer them test to different disciplines in a very funny way. The idea is they get a lot of fun by working with technologies, playing robotics or 3D printing or whatever we want them to try. So we pay a special attention for girls, because for us it's very important that the equality of the activities and the girls being involved in this, and not only girls, but also people, non-standard people, let's say. So we try to help them to enroll scientific vocations. And another project we have developed is Makers for Inclusion. This is a research project. It's an action and also participation on the students are able to improve their self-perception, autonomy, and their empower to think on themselves as a future scientist or a future technologist. We do that in our environment, which is a high-risk environment because it's the economically very depressed area of the city of Barcelona. And we work with vulnerable people. We care about them being involved in this strategy. We also train teachers, and that was something we did during pandemic. We trained teachers on how to use 3D printing, and in the framework of COVID, the COVID warriors, I guess you have heard about that. They were primary and secondary teachers, and as we offer also for free the use of 3D printings, this was very, very successful. The idea is that they put these technologies inside their primary and secondary classrooms. Obviously, and this is connecting with the previous speaker, we promote this problem-based learning. And the problem, it was obviously the COVID pandemic and the need of the hospitals to have these things to protect them, the professionals. So we run these courses, this training action into the libraries of the city of Barcelona. This is very peculiar because we make the teachers go to the library for learning and then to connect with the environment, with the community, and with the other people that are there. Another project, I will explain you several projects. Another project is robotics and 3D printing kits. As I have introduced previously, we provide a free loan of these devices, robots, 3D printings, computers, and several other stuff, so the teacher or the trainer or the social educator can use them into their own environment. Obviously with our hub, so we provide also content and activities, and we invite them for sure to visit the STEAM on Edu platform to check the several activities they can use or reuse in their own classrooms. And the idea of this is help them to introduce this kind of technology for good, let's say. And of course, and let me finish with this. I think I have presented all the ideas. Okay, it was the last one is now on your screens, I guess. Is the Raval Fab, the open lab space we offer in our facilities. It's an open space where the community, teachers, trainers, that's also individuals, neighbors, people living around, or school students can come and visit us and use the technology within a group or individually to try these digital manufacturing techniques and tools. And we encourage them to think about individually or in a group about a project, about a problem they can solve by using this kind of technology. We want to break this second level digital divide that is focused not only in the use of very simple technologies, but in the use of more sophisticated technologies. So we think that STEAM and problem-based learning can solve real problems of the people living in the community. So it's important for them to have this kind of spaces. And thank you very much for listening. I hope you saw my presentation. And I'm here just to answer any question it could appear. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Esther. We saw your presentation perfectly this time around, so thank you for taking the time out this afternoon. So Alldigital is carrying out projects within STEAM, and to tell us a bit more about a particularly interesting 3D print project, I'd like to invite back on stage Claudia Matera, Project and Fundraising Officer at Alldigital.
Thank you, Samuel. As you said, we are running an additional project that is related within STEAM that is also related with what Esther was saying before. So I've shared a bit of my background, but there's another aspect that you don't know, which is that I'm not just an art historian, but I'm also Italian, as you might understand from my name and surname. So it might sound obvious that I'm excited about the replica of the Michelangelo's David that had been showed at the Dubai Expo. You might have heard that piece on the news. Another aspect that you don't know yet is that I also love riding. And I'm quite passionate about innovative bikes to explore the beauty of the countryside. Also, I'm working at Alldigital, and so if you have noticed, also our Alldigital awards are printed. So all these objects are printed ones, and these are all key aspects that are around, in this case, in my life, but if you think about also your experience and your current life, you might see that there are a lot of 3D printed projects around you. You might not know that. So it might sound incredible, or futuristic, but technically we are at that stage now where we can replicate any size of objects and create our own as what is needed at the moment. And now you should see all the objects I was mentioning before, including the house. So it might be argued that we need the right equipment and the relevant skills to being able to benefit from the 3D printing and DIY approach. And this is exactly the topic of 3D print projects. So 3D printing refers to the process of additively building a three-dimensional physical object from a digital model data, which could be a computer-aided design through dedicated software, as in the case, for instance, of our trophy, or by scanning an object, as in the case of the Michelangelo's David, as you see now how more or less it could look like. So in both cases, it is a file formed by successive layers of material under computer control. So a 3D printer is the machine, basically, that turns that blueprint into a physical object by applying material layer by layer without the need to adjust the production tooling. So 3D Print Project is an Erasmus Plus strategic partnership granted project that started this year with the aim of developing a training program for adult educators to equip them of the needed skills and knowledge to design and deliver training programs for adults at all levels. It is a nice way to upskill educators, facilitate adults looking for an employment or wanting to start their own business within STEAM. I might decide to print something, actually. 3D printing provides new business opportunities as well as new social entrepreneurial models in line with the digital and green transitions, which is something that we are discussing a lot today. So a 3D print company can operate from remote locations, can be independent from centralized production outside from the industrial areas by using the so-called printing hubs. So we are currently finalizing the introductory training program for adult learners. We are going to launch on Monday, the 22nd of November, the training to the pilot. So you are all invited to register to the training and take part at the pilot. We would be more than happy to receive any feedback from educators that would adopt 3D printing for their purposes. So just to give briefly an overview of the contents. So, of course, at the very beginning, an introduction to 3D printing. What is that? The types of printers, filaments, and software that could be used, and tips, of course, that are always relevant to have, and also safety rules. So the registration for the training is open. So I would invite, again, all of you to register. It will start the 22nd of November. So it's good to arrange your agenda on time. So thank you. And I leave the floor to you back, Samuel. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Claudia. There, a 3D printed David by Michelangelo. That is impressive, really impressive. I'd be really interested to see where the next great artwork comes from. Will it be produced by a 3D printer? Who knows? Up next, we have Dr. Agueda Gras Velasquez, the Science Program Manager of European SchoolNet, and she's going to introduce us to the project STEAM IT, focusing on an interdisciplinary approach to STEM education.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for inviting me. So, I'm actually going to talk about STEAM IT, but the important thing to be aware of is that, first of all, as you all know, STEM is everywhere. From the moment we get up in the morning till the end, till we go to bed at night, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics is absolutely everywhere. Now, when the kids go into the classroom, though, they actually have subjects that are separated. You actually go from physics, then you have a class of math, then you go to a language class. So science actually becomes separate in the sense of going to different subjects that are not necessarily connected to each other. And you end up with students basically looking at the world that is going on outside and following classes that are disconnected, which brings us to the importance of contextualizing our classes, our lessons. Of course, in education, especially in primary and secondary, we have the issue that what we teach in schools is controlled by the curricula. And the curricula is like this very, very busy library where we have all these books that are stuck there and all completing all or occupying all the space. And if you want to introduce a new topic, be it nature-based solutions or aerospace or any other topic, you actually need to find a way of introducing it, of getting it inside this library. And to do that, you might end up having to actually remove things. So how do we do it without touching the curricula? And that one way we actually work on improving education at the European School and the organization I work in is through enhancing the curricula, as in offering additional resources, additional materials that can actually help. Through the STEAM it, which means to STEAM something, so to STEAM education means to make it integrated. That's how we're using the term. And our framework includes professional development, learning scenarios, so guidelines for teachers on how to do it, includes a network of teachers, and includes connections with careers. And to show you a few examples of what we've been working on, we have, first of all, learning scenarios, so guidelines for teachers on how to connect it. As we said, the subjects might be disconnected, but that doesn't mean you cannot use the same topic. So you might have, as you see on this slide, a science, a maths, a language, or a history teacher touching upon the same topic, and the kids see how all our lives are connected, and it's not just independent subjects. We also have professional development. Of course, it's important to help teachers to learn on how to implement or do integrated STEM teaching. So we are launching the rerun of MOOCs that were very successful last year. We had over 2,000 teachers from across Europe and beyond following these courses. And they learn about integrated STEM teaching to start with, but also contextualization of STEM teaching. How do you connect your subjects to real life? And to do that, we also have developed under the STEAM IT project numerous career profiles. So we actually have interviews with different experts or different people that are working on STEM careers, and they explain what kind of careers they follow, what kind of degrees they follow, what kind of skills are required for those jobs. And we provide teachers with guidelines on how to connect their subjects and their classes to these profiles or these careers. Each of them includes a video, a lesson, a guideline that they can use in class. We have podcasts, and all those things are fully available for every teacher across Europe. And we're always looking for any other companies or experts that want to talk about their jobs with teachers. And finally, we're launching actually very soon this STEM Careers Advisors Network. Now, the role of STEM career advisor is actually disappearing in Europe. In many schools across Europe, you no longer have these career advisor or pedagogical advisor, and the role is falling on the teachers as well. So we're creating a network of teachers that really care about it, and we're helping and training them on how to teach about different careers within their lessons. All these materials are all available and all accessible to everybody, and we'll just leave there a link so anybody can access it, and I'll be happy to discuss later on during the discussion thing.
Thank you to Agueda Gras Velasquez there for your presentation on STEAM IT. Now we have with us Cécile Lamonica Grus, who works at CESI, a European Centre of Studies and Initiatives focused on training and education, human resource development and labour market orientation. Cécile is the coordinator of the Choice Project on strengthening the collaboration between educational institutions, businesses and other key stakeholders. She's going to introduce us to the project.
Hello to all. Good afternoon. Hope you can hear me well.
Yes, we can hear you perfectly, Cecily.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So thanks for presenting me. My name is Cecile and I'm the coordinator of the Choice Project on behalf of CESIE. And today I would like to share with you what we do to increase young people's motivation to pursue STEM careers and how to innovate STEM education. Our project is called Choice. It's a 3-year-long project co-financed by Erasmus+ Key Action 3 and is carried out by 9 partners, of which 3 are secondary schools. We are a partnership from 5 countries: Italy, Greece, Spain, Cyprus, and Belgium. The main objectives of Choice is to increase young people's motivation to choose STEM careers, but also to support their interest in the STEM field. Secondly, we intend to promote the STEAM approach to STEM education, which is cross-disciplinary, practice-oriented, and also in our case, digital-based. And we also work very much on supporting the collaboration among educational institutions, businesses, local authorities, which we consider to be the key stakeholders to enable and support the reform of STEM curricula at our schools. What is different about Choice? The main approach adopted within our project is co-creation, which is a meaningful collaboration between students and teachers on creating their own STEM, or better, STEAM-based educational resources. In the development of Choice resources, students had a crucial role as co-researchers and co-designers of the resources. They actively collaborated not only with the teachers, with each other, but also with external experts from academic field and businesses who acted as mentors and role models and as advisors on how to connect the STEM education and the STEM theory to the practice. This collaboration, this cooperative process resulted in the creation of 20 open educational resources constituting the Choice Mooc. And these resources cover 5 macro areas. The first one is connecting STEM with arts. Secondly, we focused on experiential projects. Thirdly, we focused on using languages in STEM lessons, then using technology in social sciences. And finally, we focused on turning physical activity, sports, and healthy lifestyle with STEM learning experience. The project is very complex. It's very big, 3 years long. We have a lot of activities, but I thought that it could be nice if I showed you an example of what we actually did with our students within the first macro area of connecting STEM with arts and what we developed here in Italy. The first area in Italy, we focused on visual art and origami. The title of the first resource is The Starry Night and was co-created by students and teachers from Liceo Benedetto Croce in Palermo with the collaboration of Professor Maria Luisa Spreafico from Torino Polytechnic University and with us CESIE. The methodology, as said, was based on combining art, origami, and math. We tried to use visual art and origami to bring mathematics in life and also involve students in some creativity and in some creative activity and support their learning by doing. Here are some materials we used. It wasn't really difficult to apply because we needed only the standard equipment you can find in each classroom and GeoGebra software, which is freely available online. So it's very easy also to replicate. Okay, what was the process? Firstly, the students with their teachers discussed how to apply the topic of combining arts and mathematics. They were presented to the concept of exploring algebra and geometry by using origami. And eventually they decided that they wanted to reproduce some elements and shapes of the famous Van Gogh's painting, The Starry Night. Then they had a theoretical lesson with their teachers and with Professor Spreafico from University of Torino, who explained not only the history of origami, the art of origami, but also very interesting applications in fields as architecture or technology. Then a lesson on geometry and algebra followed. The students studied the difference between Euclidean and origami geometry and discussed how some operations that are normally done with straight edge and compass can be also concluded by using origami folding. Specifically, they studied the Husita-Hattori axioms and built an equilateral triangle without using the ruler. And finally, they also draw some polycentric curves in GeoGebra software, separating arches to reproduce the shapes of the Starry Night painting, especially the part of the clouds. And then the creative part follow. The students created from a paper the stars, the moon, the clouds, and the cypress. This is the final assembly of the origami shapes, and this is our the final 3D poster version of the Starry Night painting with our realization team. To conclude, I would just like to point out some advantages of using origami in teaching math, which includes developing manual skills, enhancing memory, practicing patience, reducing anxiety, especially in students who fear mathematics, promoting inclusivity and creative and critical thinking, enhancing spatial imagination. And also this all is the learning is supported also by better visualization of mathematical problems. This is all from me. Here is the complete list of the choice resources already available on our website. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Cecile, for your introduction there to the Choice project. And it does really seem like origami, a bit of origami for everyone would do us all some good. Moving on swiftly now, and we have on the line Dr. Sophocles Sotiriou, who holds a PhD in high energy astrophysics and a PhD in the use of advanced technologies in science education. His presentation will be about deeper learning in STEAM using advanced technologies. Do we have Sophocles on the line? Okay, it seems we may have momentarily lost him for a short moment, and he's back again. Okay, he'll be with us shortly. Just a reminder that all the presentations being shown as part of day 2 of the Alldigital Summit will be made available online at that Summit website. Great, and I'm being told now by our tech wizards here in Brussels that Sophocles Sotiriou is back online with us, so perhaps now we can pass over the floor to you.
Sorry for these technical issues. We are experiencing very bad weather here in Athens, and we have continuous power cut off, so that was the problem. So are you sharing, should I share my presentation, or it is?
Yes, please. Please, if you could share it with us.
So I'm going to do that immediately. So I'm going to to present a case where we have implemented a STEAM in other countries. The overall context of implementation had, let's say, was focusing on the 5th class of primary school. It was overall about 40 hours in educational intervention, including both scientific aspects, but also artistic opportunities for students to present their artistic expression. It was following exactly the educational objectives of the official school program, and included science, maths, engineering, coding, design thinking, arts, and storytelling. And the overall process was systematically evaluated in order to see really the impact of this intervention. The overall program was called Stories of Tomorrow, and students had to present their visions about the future of space exploration. They had to design a journey to Mars, including the whole the whole planning of the trip, the preparation of the trip itself, but also the installation of a colony, of a sustainable colony on Mars. We had, let's say, deploy a series of tools, including augmented reality and virtual reality tools to enhance students' experience. So we have constructed a series of episodes, let's say, where the students were involved in the preparation of the mission. They had the opportunity to videotape themselves and present this to their stories. They had the opportunity to design models of the colony, to design models of the spaceships, the rovers. They had the opportunity to create models of them using 3D printer, and through augmented reality, lightweight augmented reality applications, they had the opportunity to give life to their creations. So they were able to see the rockets moving, the rovers moving. They had the opportunity to perform virtual paths inside the colony, and so on. This was done with, as I said, with simple the addition of tags to their stories, the stories that they were creating. They had also the opportunity to add these tags to their books, and they had the opportunity to see additional content in their optical view. Something, let's say, like this. So there were numerous stories that were created in digital format. They had to add there also, as we said, the artistic expression. They had to think the different scenarios, the missions, the problems they had to describe all aspects of the whole mission, and of course to make all the necessary calculations to develop at the end a sustainable colony. For us, as I said, because this was implemented in the Greek curriculum for first time, it was very important to develop a systematic model to assess the overall experience, including both the intellectual but also the motivational abilities. So we have adapted the deeper learning model in this intervention, and we have used numerous tools to assess the process, including, of course, the tracking of the students while they were developing their stories. We had also conversational agents deployed to act as companions, let's say, to the students while they were performing the different tasks. So out of this, we have collected numerous data that prove the efficiency of the proposed approach. An example here refers to the significant increase in collaborative problem-solving skills related to the control groups that we have used. And we have managed really to see these results also in the different countries where this activity was implemented, not only in the Greek curriculum, but also in the Portuguese and in the Finnish curriculum. So for us, this was an opportunity to see an integrated STEAM project, combining, let's say, all aspects in a common, let's say, activity with a common target. And this forms a very important, let's say, reference point for the Greek Institute of Educational Policy to design further activities related to STEAM and its integration in the official school curriculum. So thank you very much. I hope I was okay with the time.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Dr. Sophocles Sotiriou there for your presentation. So we've heard lots about innovative projects currently being developed, and we would now like to focus on what the future of STEAM education may be with a panel discussion. Some of our recent presenters will be staying with us for this discussion, and we still have on the line Dr. Agueda Gras Velasquez, Cecilia Monica Grus and Dr. Sophocles Sotiriou, and they will also be joined by Eric Balhausen, a Senior Desk Officer at the European Education and Culture Executive Agency in the Platform Skills and Innovation Unit.
Thank you.
Please take a seat, Eric. And to moderate this session, I would kindly like to re-invite Professor Achilles Kamias to join the stage.
We are progressing towards the end of this very nice event. You've heard a lot about what STEAM is. You've heard a lot. You've seen many attempts and projects and results of projects that attempt to bring forward STEAM education. Let me thank, first of all, our panelists, Eric, who is here with me, but also Ageda, Cecilie, and Sophocles, who are joining us from a distance. Thank you very much. Apart from Eric, who is representing the Commission here, the other four of us, we are coordinating STEAM-related projects, and this is an opportunity to bring to you collective knowledge and experience from this cluster of projects that are running in parallel. Digital competencies are essential to how we live, learn, and work, and they constitute a key action area in the EU's digital strategy and the 2030 Digital Compass, supported by a variety of initiatives that have been announced as part of the European Skills Agenda, like the European Education Area and Digital Education Action Plan. Interestingly enough, these policies consider digital skills as one of the key competence areas, and they seem to promote a holistic approach to competence development, which includes other areas like green skills, entrepreneurial skills, life skills, and so on. And then it comes at no surprise to us that there is a need to achieve widespread adoption of STEM education, and this is mentioned in these policy documents, together with the importance of investing in the professional development of educators and the promotion of lifelong learning. STEM, and more recently STEAM education approach, is radically different in focus, content, and method from prevailing educational approaches. STEM and STEAM education highlights the key role of science and computational thinking, integrates research and engineering with creativity,
as we very nicely heard from Professor Mikropoulos' presentation, relies heavily on modern technology and is tightly associated with real-life issues. You keep hearing this over and over today. Consequently, it seems that the adoption of STEM and STEAM education will require a paradigm shift in educational practice, which in turn will require a change in mindsets. Several STEM and STEAM related initiatives, projects and practices have been implemented. You've already seen quite a lot today, and the number is increasing continuously. However, the number of policies related to STEM and STEAM education is remarkably small. So perhaps this is the right time to shift the approach from entirely bottom-up and include some actions coming from the top down. And this is the approach we're going to take today. So before we start towards this direction, we might have to agree on a few issues, which, well, following one of my favorite writers, Douglas Adams' approach, I would summarize as how, what, where, and I would add then. Douglas Adams says that a civilization goes through the phases of survival, inquiry, and sophistication. So if we are going to go towards a STEAM-based civilization, the prevalence of STEAM, we should answer these questions. How, why, what, where, and what's going to happen afterwards. So I have prepared a few questions for you, my fellow panelists, and I would like you to answer based on your role, involvement, experience, and perspective. You will have about 3 minutes to answer each question. Please make sure to stay within this time limit so that we have enough time to hear all your opinions and perhaps to take some questions from the audience. Let's start with the how. Eric, since you are closer to me, let me start from you. Here the issue is how are we going to achieve widespread use of STEM and STEAM education, and please tell us which actions the European Commission is planning to achieve this change in mindsets of the involved parties, for example, ministries, educational policymakers, educators, and so on. How long will it take to achieve this change, and if there are any milestones on the way?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Alldigital, for the invitation and being here. Welcome everybody online, and welcome also the other panelists. I'm pretty sure this will be a very interesting panel. I would like to start with the last part. So what are the milestones? The milestones, I would say, depend on what happens. We just need to go back 1.5 years. There were a lot of milestones agreed at political level, and then COVID came and no milestone was there anymore. So this milestone story, I would say, it depends, of course, a bit on what the situation is and how things are developing. Having said that, there are, of course, set milestones in the ET, like in the ET 2020 strategy and now the ET 2030 strategy. So these are principal milestones. So this can be interesting for projects to be aware of. There are other processes like the process, the open process of coordination. You asked about the involvement of the ministries. So this is a political process where the Commission negotiates with the governments on a regular basis. This can be either in an ad hoc fashion if there are urgent matters to look at, but there are also the experts groups. So again, for organizations and beneficiaries, this can be interesting to follow the experts groups of the European Commission. They're published on the website of DG EAC, and they report regularly. And in these groups, issues like STEM and other educational issues are being discussed. So one can follow the discussion at European level as it is done between the Commission and the member states. These processes feed into a larger context, which is the European semester. So this is the political process where the member states report back to the Commission on their reform agendas. This process also includes education. So again, here it's interesting. I won't go into all the details, but it's all published on the website of the Europa server. So if you Google European semester, you will find this easily. and you can see the reporting cycle with the milestones when the member states report back, and then the Commission gives recommendations back to the member states after having compared the individual reports. So they're individual recommendations, but they're also recommendations in terms of development at a European level. So again, this is interesting for projects, because if your project is in the context of these high-level developments, of course, then your recommendations will become more meaningful because you're directly in this political context of the high level. I think I will leave it at this for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you for the hints you gave us on where to look and what to look for. Now I'd like to ask Ageda, which actions, according to you, will be required at the policy level, and do you think that teachers are ready and eager to participate?
So I actually, there's two actions. I would summarize it into two actions. One is patience, actually, because it does take a while. The second action is coordination or connecting everybody that has to be involved in changing STEM education. I was actually participating in attending another presentation earlier today, and there was only industry panelists, for example, talking about how STEM education should work on. Then if you go to other calls, other situations, you only have policymakers. Sometimes you only have teachers. The truth is, if we want to change STEM education, you actually need to involve absolutely everybody. It's only if you actually connect the industry with the higher education, with the teachers, with the policymaker, with the European Commission, then you can actually progress and change and make those changes happen. Whether teachers are interested or ready, absolutely. They're the ones that actually are day-to-day in front of the students, and they're the ones that will suffer the most and are most ready, I would say, to make changes in education.
Good to hear that. Thank you, Ageda. Then Sophocles, you being the person who is closer to a school, I think that out of all our participants here in the panel, let me ask you, what must be done from the organizational standpoint so that schools become STEM or STEAM ready? What is your experience with your school, but also with the other schools in Greece and in Europe?
Thank you very much, Achilles, for this opportunity. First of all, I really appreciate offering me this opportunity to speak to this panel. What I would like to say, developing further the statement of Ageda about the community building, I have to say that a major component, really catalyst, really in the process, is to create space in the curriculum, because the teachers have interest to get involved, they have interest to improve education, but the current curricula are not offering these opportunities. Where there are opportunities, especially in primary schools, we see some things happening, but when we are coming to high school, then we are going back to the traditional, let's say, basic discipline process. So I think there are two issues, because there are no magic sticks in education, and clearly it's taking time. The first one is to make an effort to harmonize the curricula of the different STEM subjects, which is not the case in most of the countries, especially in Greece, where I'm coming from. This is not the case. And this will help us to create these synergies between the teachers from different subjects to create integrated projects. And then it will be really the time to offer the necessary space to curriculum for more project-based work. And this, I believe, that will help a lot from the school point of view.
Thank you, Sophocles. Actually, I was expecting to hear something about the lack of infrastructure, the lack of competence, the lack of this and the lack of that, but you spoke for more organizational changes, more important, and thank you very much for bringing up these needs. And moving now to Cecilie. Cecilie, please tell us what investment and training offers, according to you, should be prepared by the training providers?
Well, by the training providers, speaking from one of those, what we do with the teachers, we prepared tools for them on how to work on STEAM approach in their classes. We trained them, we provided all the information, and then we actually joined the lessons with them. And it was a very great experience because we were expecting that they will need much more support from our sides. But in the end, we found out that they need the tools, they need the time, the resources, not only digital tools, computers, infrastructures, as said before, but they need actually the time and the space to do that. And then they are so keen to work with their students, and they have ideas, and they have really the will to change something and to transform the boring STEM lessons, as we probably know from our childhood, into very practical based and multidisciplinary experience for their students. So this is what from my point of view is the most important thing they actually need. They need the opportunity to change something.
Great, thank you all. So let's say that a summary of the answers on how we are going to achieve widespread use of STEAM and STEM education, in summary of what we heard here, is that we need to involve everybody, every stakeholder. We shouldn't talk to individual sectors, let's say, individual stakeholders. We should put together the industry, the teachers, the policymakers, and we need to bring organizational changes into the curricula, into the way education is delivered via the schools. When educators seem to need tools and resources in order to be able to apply STEAM and STEM education, and the European Commission offers many instruments that can be used. There are expert groups, there are platforms in which people interested should participate, and also it seems that via the semester mechanism, the educational policies of the member states can be influenced to some extent. Okay, so now we passed the survival stage. Let's go to the inquiry stage. But we have to agree on something first. What kind of STEAM or STEM education we are looking at? What are we aiming to achieve? Ageda, I will start from you. This time, according to your experience and being the director of Scientics, you have a lot of it. What is the prevailing perception of STEM and STEAM education among ministries and among teachers? Those are the primary stakeholders of European Schoolnet and Scientics. And why is it so important to aim at achieving integrated STEM and STEAM education?
So I'll actually answer the second question first. So it is important for two reasons. One is STEM itself, because STEM is what is everywhere. It's all around us. And it's actually what will make us have better lives. The second thing connected to that is because the world is all integrated. You don't go when you go to the street, you don't go, oh, this is physics and that's it. And then you go, oh, this is chemistry. No, this is maths. No, this is language. No, sorry, everything is connected. So the importance is while we want more kids to go into STEM education, what we want is everybody to understand the importance of STEM education in our lives, or that STEM has in our lives. Now, going back to your first question, what do ministries think? It was actually an interesting discussion because we had in June, we had a meeting with our ministers of education, the STEM representatives, and we were saying, okay, we're discussing about the importance of STEM education in general, and they actually stopped us and said, careful. We actually need to make a big distinction between primary and secondary education, because they said the problem in secondary education is the integrated part, the part about connecting all the subjects. But in primary, it's not about connecting the subjects. It's actually understanding STEM, because in many cases, primary education teachers, they're not actually STEM experts. So the way to approach integrated STEM teaching is a bit different. In primary, it's more about the content knowledge or the STEM expertise, and in secondary, it's more about the connection between the subjects. And our ministries basically said we need to concentrate on those two differentiated approaches depending on the level.
Thanks a lot. Very interesting. I like this Aristotelian approach to to knowledge. It's very close to my Greek genes. And let's see what the other Greek here in the panel thinks. Sophocles, what is the perception of the educational staff and the school management of STEAM and STEM education, and in what way open schooling could contribute to its adoption?
I think that open schooling is, let's say, is a concept that introduces a new culture to schooling. As we said, if we want to see successful STEM education implementation, we have to bring numerous stakeholders on the same table. So the open schooling is really opening the school doors to the outside world. It's bringing in the game experts, researchers, industry people, people who have also interest in education, and they have great resources and ideas to share. Up to now, the school is operating in isolation in most of the cases. And if we want to see effective STEM implementation, we have to open the school. But now referring to how the teachers and especially the school heads see that, usually, for the big mass of teachers and the school heads, this will happen only when this is presented as an innovation that is coming from the top. For the moment, we have numerous cases where schools are presenting great examples, where schools are performing extremely well in developing these projects. But these projects remain, let's say, at the school level, and we don't have this take-up that is necessary for a major reform in education.
Great. So it seems that open schooling is an instrument that could be used towards achieving adoption of STEM and STEAM education. But Cecily, being a representative of the non-formal sector, in what ways do you think that STEM and STEAM training differs from STEM and STEAM education, meaning in the sense it is offered in schools?
Firstly, I would like to say that the STEAM and STEM education, especially the STEAM one, which we are focusing on, is helping us to attract to this field also female students, and also students who are from, let's say, vulnerable groups, because sometimes there are students interested in physics, mathematics, chemistry, who are talented in this field, but there are others who might have difficulties with these subjects. But combining it with other areas such as humanities or arts, or also creative activities, we can gain their interest and actually lock their potential in this field. Secondly, we are promoting the multi-stakeholder approach, which is seemingly working very well, and the academics and the representative of businesses on local but also international level are very interested in this collaboration, because for them this means also a possibility or opportunity to form and prepare their future workforce, and prepare the young generation for STEAM and multi sectorial work. So this is from our experience the importance of STEM learning and training.
Okay, thank you all. Thanks to the three of you. And now, Eric, it's your turn. I gave you some time to rest and think, listen, and now I hope you listen carefully because we'd like you to tell us in what ways the perspectives mentioned from the other panelists have or will be integrated in the European Commission policies. And in the end, what is the aim of the European Commission regarding the adoption of STEM and STEAM education from the member states?
Yes, so I mean, when listening to the projects, it's enriching. Because why? Because all 4 examples had a different approach, a different pedagogical approach. So we see that there is an enormous diversity across the different kinds of institutions, but also at European level. So I would like to point out, you know, the Commission, why do we have Erasmus Plus projects? Because we want to give the opportunity to projects, to people to discover what these colleagues have discovered in their projects. And the Commission, as you know, has no mandate to impose anything in education, which is why we have exactly these kinds of open approaches, like the open method of coordination. So we need to negotiate that with the member states. So for us, it's very, at the agency, I work at the agency, we follow projects closely, we monitor them. Why? Because, you know, in the program guide, we have the objectives, which set the political context the Commission wants to concentrate on, which was agreed with the member states. And in particular, in our case, with the Erasmus Plus committee, where the member states are represented by the national agencies. I'm explaining this a bit to explain how this works, because, you know, for the policy development in the Commission, it's a very important element is, of course, listening to the ministries, but then to get back the feedback from the projects. Because that is not a national implementation only. Yes, each partner implements something nationally, but there's also always the very important European dimension. And this is feedback only the Commission collects, because only we have this type of projects where collaboration is organized across the EU, so where this kind of feedback is collected. Listening to the projects, I think what is very important is that in the discussion about policy, it's often, okay, what does the Commission do? What do we advise? What do we set as an agenda? Listening to the projects, I think it's very important, you know, that policy actually at Commission level is the top level, which is the last level. It's very important to realize and that's exactly what we could hear very nicely in the 4 examples. The first level of policy is at institutional level. Yeah, so that's each institution has a policy. And in your example, okay, we had 2 examples from Greece, how's it in your institution, how's it in your institution? So that's where policy recommendation starts and implementation. And the better this is described in project reports, the more valuable the policy recommendation becomes when you go up each level, which is first level institutional level, second level local level, third level regional level, fourth level national level, fifth level European level. Now, when there was, for instance, the example, yes, we have to work across sectors, we have to work with industry. That's not the European level, that's the local level first. Then if you upscale your success story, it becomes regional, yeah? And when it becomes regional, you can influence maybe the national level by saying, look, dear ministry, this works really well in our institution, then it worked well at local level, then it worked well at regional level. Now we can make recommendations at national level. And because we did this in a European context of a European project, if you do it in this way, the European level recommendation will be extremely more useful because it's immediately in a European context.
Thank you, Eric. It's nice to hear that already there are mechanisms in place and that the European Commission has a way actually to collect all these good practices and then to provide feedback to the member states to the extent, of course, that the European Commission can influence the national policies. So it seems that we are looking at, we all agree that STEAM and STEM education is an integrated approach because real life is integrated and because in the end all science, all these disciplines have a common background, a common starting point and common aims. And it's also good to hear that teachers are eager to engage into STEAM and STEM education projects. And also open schooling is an instrument that could be used. It seems that has been used successfully to implement STEAM and STEM education. And then it's the lifelong learning perspective offered by the trainers. So STEAM and STEM is a lifelong approach if we really want to turn knowledge and skills into careers. But all these are nice. The question now is, where can we find the necessary resources to make this a reality? And I will start now this round of questions from the two representatives here of the education and training sectors. So Sophocles and Cecilie, this is a common question for you. Please take turns to answer it. What are the needs that must be covered at the low level, I mean at the level of schools or training organizations, so that this change towards achieving STEM and STEAM education can become a reality soon? Is the installation of infrastructure, for example, or is the training of educators, are these enough, or we need something more? What can be done to accelerate this process?
Cecile, please.
Okay, thank you for the word. Well, from really the grassroots level, I'm speaking from what we as training providers and as the teachers, talking for our colleagues from schools, they need the time, because for now all these activities we are doing as extracurricular activities, so they are using their free time to prepare for the lessons, and not only them but also the external experts and also the students come in their free time, and they're like teenager students. So it really means something that they come after the school to take part in STEAM lessons and STEAM experience. Secondly, I think that they need to know that there are opportunities provided by European Commission and other authorities in order to join such initiatives on developing STEAM resources, working on STEAM education, collaborating with companies, with universities, with research centers. That it's not something they maybe hear about, but it's something which also touches them, which is here for them. And this is something with what I think companies and organizations such as CESIA does, that we identify the opportunity and then contact the school and offer this opportunity. But I think this is something that all schools should be given the chance to participate in these program initiatives and be able to get involved.
Thank you, Cecilie. Now, Sophocles, your, let's say, complementary view from the sector of formal education.
Achille, you mentioned also in the beginning, in my first answer, that you were expecting from my side to speak about infrastructure in schools and so on. I believe that the pandemic and the reaction of the educational community has demonstrated that the infrastructure was not the problem. Numerous tools, even tools that were not developed for educational purposes, were implemented to support the educational process and the delivery of education to students by all means. So I will say the same here. According to my view, for, let's say, integrating STEM in the current school curricula is not an issue of infrastructure. I believe that training is also important, but I think we are speaking now at a different level. Agida mentioned that in the beginning. We are thinking of more than professional development opportunities for teachers in the framework of communities who are sharing resources and delivering and developing resources. The idea is that we have to trust the professionalism of the teachers in developing these resources according to their needs. By the way, this is also the idea of open schooling, that the school is becoming the place, the center for the development of activities that are meaningful for the school community and the community, of course, around the school. So training is important, a very important parameter. But I would like, let's say, to add the recognition and the certification that has to come at the end, let's say, of this major effort that is requested from teachers. Because currently, even if you are implementing very advanced and quite demanding time-wise, resources-wise projects, the situation remains the same. There is no recognition of this work. So as everything else works in this way, we have to look to education in the same way.
Thank you, Sophocles. Thank you for these insights. So, Ageda, then, according to your experience from the network that you are managing, what is needed so that schools, universities, training providers, and other educational organizations will quickly adopt and practice STEM and STEAM education? That's a rather general question, but I'm pretty sure you can offer some practical experience.
Absolutely. So what actually is needed is actually flexibility, in the sense that there's not going to be one solution that's going to work everywhere. Sophocles was mentioning about the recognition for teachers, for example. You need to understand that there's going to be also different teachers. One solution is not going to work for all teachers in all educational systems, and you're going to need to adapt that. Eric was mentioning before also the importance of like trying at local level, regional level, national level. The truth is, even different regions within a country are going to be different, every city, every school. So I think it's important to have a clear understanding of what integrated STEM teaching we want, or what STEM education is like, but to be very flexible to adapt to the different conditions and requirements of each of these organizations. So you're mentioning what to do, so universities do it. Universities need to know and understand how schools are, and be ready to not have one solution that works for all of them. Where the training providers are going to, again, provide training. Cecilia was mentioning before about the importance of how you can get more girls because you add arts. That we have to be careful, for example, with those statements, because that's not going to work with many girls. Actually, if you, as I do come from STEM education, I'm actually like Sophocles, we're physicists. I'm an astrophysicist, and if you had told me when I was doing physics there's going to be arts, I would have actually quit. So you have to also be careful that not one solution is going to work for absolutely everybody. The same, not only at personal level, but organizational, cultural, society level. So it goes back to one word: flexibility of approaches.
Great. So let me summarize what we heard, Eric, for your benefit, because you have also, again, the last question. We heard the need for flexibility and adaptability and personalized solutions. So there is no one solution fits all, no golden rule here, but only good practices, as far as I understand. We heard that there is a need that educators and teachers get in touch with researchers, and because actually the education is a continuum, we shouldn't differentiate. We shouldn't isolate the different educational levels, but we should differentiate because there are different teaching methods and different capacities in the different levels. And then we also heard that the problem is not exactly anymore infrastructure, or it's not the main problem, infrastructure and tools. This is not what educators need. What they need is to change the role actually of the school in the society, so that it can become more open, more adaptive. It can become let's say, the vehicle for achieving STEM education. So, Eric, what are the supporting policies and actions planned by the European Commission? The same boring question over and over.
Thank you. So I will take this as a challenge and look at this actually as a project officer, from the project officer point of view. And I mean, I've evaluated and had the opportunity to monitor projects for more than 20 years. So there are certain things which we can see which are at the kernel of this question, let's say. The thing we see is that complexity increases. So that's why it's normal that people ask for more and more flexibility. I think one of the most important concepts brought forward by the Commission in this respect was the lifelong learning strategy, which was first proposed in 2006. Then it got forgotten, unfortunately. I'm a big fan of the lifelong learning strategy, as you might guess from now. And it was adopted, the new lifelong learning strategy was adopted again by the Council in 2017. So this is a guiding principle in terms of high-level policy, a proposal by the Commission, what the Commission thinks we need. And, you know, we heard a lot about that people are used to work in their sector, and then STEM needs cross-sectoral approaches. And that's the difficulty. And for me, it's quite clear that, you know, we should have, it's very important to have the level of the project. And in my previous answer, I started at that level, institutional level. But it's also very important that we have a high-level discussion. And for me, the high-level discussion we're not having is discussing a lifelong learning strategy. And in the lifelong learning strategy, just to refer back to what the colleagues from the project said, so we see, I mean, this is just amazing when you think about it, that there is projects out there which are about social inclusion of people with difficult backgrounds, and they do STEM. Now, this is just mind-blowing because, you know, normally this is not the target audience you would think of in STEM, because STEM already is so difficult. Yet it happens. So how is this possible that this happens? And the answer given is that, okay, they're using a lot of non-formal approaches. So non-formal approaches are used normally when when you can't do what you want to do in the formal sector because it's too regulated and too complicated. So this is the thing. There are certain approaches in pedagogy which work very well in the formal sector. There are others which work very well in the non-formal sector, but they are always apart. So the challenge in the lifelong learning strategy is to bring this together and to develop a concept how this can happen. And this is the good news I want to share with Alldigital, because, you know, you have a huge network and you're covering all these parts. So you're in a perfect position to initiate a process where you look at, okay, if we want to develop really a lifelong strategy, for instance, for STEM, how would we do that? Because lifelong learning, you know, we hear a lot about young people, but we have the same problem with adult education, yeah? And this is also another very important challenge, because adult education, this is the generation gap we're creating if we're not doing STEM also for adults. Yeah, and given that the digital development is so quick, this generation gap will very quick, very big. And then we're losing the adults. So how are they going to use all this technology? So again, you know, the challenge I would like to challenge here at Alldigital is you have this network, you have all this experience, and this is a great platform to develop these ideas. And you know, if you develop that, everybody will listen to you, because this is what is missing. Okay, lifelong learning is now clearly back on plan, because there are clearly over the years problems have been identified, and we heard them from your projects, so they're clearly there. So one idea is to bridge that by having a lifelong learning strategy which covers the whole spectrum of education, which covers all sectors of education, but also which covers, and that's very important, the different types of pedagogy, formal, informal, non-formal, but also regular. So, you know, just to finish, it's clear that real good innovation, you know, happens through connecting people who have good ideas, and that's where you know, real innovation happens. It's not sitting at a table and thinking, trying to find a solution. Nowadays, it's about networking, and that's really what already we see a bit in Alldigital when I'm here at this conference. So that could be something for a future conference to discuss and look into this.
Thank you, Eric, for the hint. I'm a big fan of lifelong learning myself, not only because I'm a member of the board of Alldigital, but also because I'm a professor in an open university, and this is what we practice there, and this is what we advocate. And yeah, we take very seriously your let's say, recommendation that we should avoid creating a STEM skills gap as we created a digital skills gap, of course by accident, but accidents that are repeated twice are not accidents anymore. So suppose we all reach STEM and STEAM education paradise and we are all happy with it. Then what? Then what will happen? Cecily, do you think there is a gap between the formal and non-formal lifelong STEAM and STEM education? And if you think so, how do you think it could be bridged?
Well, from my experience with the teachers we are working with, the gap is not really there because they all know that their subjects have practical application and they see I think that reaching some mastery of their field, they know that there are some cross-cutting points and meeting points with other subjects. I think that the gap is in the general public, that probably what we see from the parents of the teachers who we meet after our workshops, and we can talk with them, and they are surprised that we do this this workshop mixing origami with math, mixing ecology with laboratory experiments, mixing robotics with different languages, or studying art and architecture together with students from, and so on. So this is maybe also the awareness rising among the general public, but from the side of the teachers, I don't see a huge gap in this field. And I only wanted to add that I know that it's very thin ice talking about females and arts and so on. In fact, we try to focus on different macro areas, and probably it's very like local level issue, but we are working with high school, which has students from different backgrounds, migratory, and also different social levels. And we have a success stories of students who actually found the passion for architecture thanks to the artistic and creative lessons combining mathematics. And as you said, Agata, it's flexible, and it's great that some approach works for some people and some don't. But I just wanted to make clear that we really are aware of this stereotypical issues, and we really don't want to support it.
Well, I'm glad that you brought up the issue of underrepresentation of women in STEM education and STEM careers, and I'm also glad that Eric made it clear that STEM education should not be an elite education, but should be inclusive for all. So, Agata, then what are the elements of a successful career for a STEM or STEAM educator?
Actually, it goes back to what you said, Achilles, that you actually said what happens when we achieve STEM education, right? And the thing is, I don't think this is a race where you actually end up and that's it, we're done. The truth is, once we actually get loads of them, a STEM or STEAM educator, unfortunately or fortunately, their job is never going to be done, because a proper STEM educator is going to be continuously wanting to know what's the new things in research, what are the new technologies, is there actually a change in pedagogy? So there's going to have to be very agile and adapt. And the second thing is going to be well networking all the time, because it's going to have to be very well connected. And of course, it is a passion, or you have to have this energy to be continuously learning, like you were saying before. And it connects again with what Sophocles was saying, that it's only going to work if these STEM educators are recognized. This work they do is really respected and recognized at all levels. And just as a final comment to Cecilia, given that we're now discussing that, I completely understand. I agree that basically there's different approaches. So only by addressing all the different approaches, so it was more a comment about only using one sentence in the general. But you're absolutely right, and I'm very happy it's working in many cases. So there you go.
Well, what you told us, Ageda, is that lifelong learning is not enough. We are trapped in lifelong yearning. Hope there will be enough funds for future projects to deal with this. Sophocles, what do you tell your students about STEM and STEAM careers? Do you collaborate with industry to promote STEM and STEAM careers?
Achille, I would like to say that I'm in this work about 22 years now, and I'm still learning in this field. And you know, we have tried to make many projects, many activities, trying to combine and integrate subjects in order to give more interesting experiences to the students. But let's say there are always new ideas coming. Okay, now we are working on projects where we are turning the building itself to a lab here in our school, where students are studying how they can improve the energy efficiency of the building, and they are developing projects and ideas how they can support this with their attitude towards the building. And I think this is what we are offering, let's say, to the students. We are trying to simulate inside school the real world. We are bringing them against challenges, everyday problems, and we are offering them the opportunity to work with other students, with other, even with teams that are coming from other schools to find solutions and use their creativity to propose solutions towards this act. So I think if we were in Brussels with you, probably there will be some buffet there for the participants. I believe that we want to transform the schooling to such a kind of buffet where students are coming, and according to their interest and according to their let's say specific competencies, and let's say some of them, maybe there was a question for Tassos earlier about the portion, let's say, of art in STEM, in STEAM education. According to my view, this has to be open. For students who have more interests in artistic expression, it could be 80% artistic part and 20% the rest of the STEM. But it's like, let's say, an open buffet where everyone is coming and getting what he or she likes more. This is how everything works in the society. This is what we have to simulate in the school environment. So this is what we are doing for our students. We are trying to involve them in as many activities we can. And there are players out there, the European Space Agency, Airbus, other actors who are working at national level, organizing all the time contests, activities, challenges for students. And we are trying to take opportunity to integrate all these activities in the school curriculum. So this is the way we are trying to introduce our students to their future lives.
Thank you, Sophocles. I like this approach of pick and mix from real world offers and how this can be reflected in an open school curriculum. And it seems that we will never reach this STEM paradise, this STEM paradise. We have to keep on trying because, and Ageda is right, STEM is a reflection of reality, and reality always changes, always improves, always surpasses us, so we have to keep on trying. So, Eric, what are the European Commission plans for a sustainable effect of STEM and STEAM education? Are there any plans to close the loop between education, training, and career? And if so, whose careers would the Commission put in priority?
I would say yes, yes, it's there, but it's not, you know, we're not in the driving seat to impose this. So if you look at the Erasmus Plus program and the program guide, you will see that, you know, under all programs, the projects we're hearing today are possible. And the approach in the Erasmus program is more that, that it's seen as an opportunity, not to drive policy, but more to see what is possible and then to see what can be developed from there. So the projects we finance give an opportunity to look into all these aspects you just mentioned: sustainability, cross-sectoral collaboration, more flexibility, informal, non-formal, formal education, how to combine all of that. So you have the possibility to do that, and the idea is that the projects find out what works best at the level they are working. And then what is important is for us, as I said, you know, that we have this cascading way of looking at how this was, how the project was implemented. And we're interested actually in two things, you know, because often there's a lot of discussion about policy, which is true, but the heart of the matter is the pedagogy. So, you know, it's not useful to have policy recommendations if that's not linked to pedagogy. And what is important there is that we want projects more and more to look into impact, okay? So we don't want a theoretical discussion, this might be good or that might be good, this approach might be good or that approach might be good. What we need to focus more on, and that's very important, what we need to focus more on is how do projects measure impact in terms of learning outcomes, yeah? And then link that to the pedagogy. So this is the pedagogical approach we used. This is what we did in the project. This is the learning outcome achieved by the target group, by the learners. And this is the impact we have. Because then you have hard facts, yeah? And that's what we need in policy now. We need more hard facts. We need figures. So there's qualitative analysis, but we also need quantitative analysis, and that is linked to learning outcomes. Yeah, so often when we have projects and we have this political discussion, then it's about, the recommendations are often about, well, we were blocked by doing this in the project. We have very few discussions which are about, we have this pedagogical approach, we tested that, then we changed it, we did another iteration, and then we achieved the learning outcome we wanted to have. Yeah, because we don't have a lot of projects which in their application, for instance, say we want to achieve these learning outcomes. And by the way, this is the pedagogical approach, and by the way, this is the methodology we will apply to measure impact. So how do we measure impact? These are big challenges. And you know, what is missing often is this kind of data, of information to be able to see where it doesn't work in STEM. Yeah? Why is an informal method better than a formal method in a certain context? We can see it, that it is like that, but we don't have the facts and figures. So this is something, and facts and figures, if we're moving more in that direction, and also in terms of learning outcomes, you know, when we talk about good practice, it's always a description of what happened. It's a good practice because these are, if you apply this pedagogy, it's very likely that you will have these learning outcomes. So these are kinds of general shifts. This applies not particularly only to STEM, it applies to all the programs in education. And again, I like to refer to the lifelong learning approach, because these are the important keystones how we can make this happen. And sometimes it helps if you look at from this point of view, okay, to have a discussion first on learning outcomes, for instance, instead of discussing what are the problems, what is blocking in STEM, why can't we work cross-sectoral? Yeah, if you can go to a company and tell them, look, if we do this program and then afterwards the learners will be able to do this and we can prove this because look, these are the figures, this is the impact we had, they will say, well, that's what we need because they can understand the outcomes. Yeah, and you can use things like DigitCom, so you can have a skills and competence matrix which these people understand. And then you can say this program will 80% of learners, when they go through this, they will have these learning outcomes, and they will acquire these skills and competences. Then for business, this is the language they also talk when they try to find people to employ. So, and I think, you know, again, I'm very happy that you mentioned again this element of inclusiveness, because that's also very important, because that's an area where we have the least of information. So there actually we need it. So it would be very interesting, the project on where they work with the disadvantaged young people. You know, it's, for instance, interesting that the parents are, oh, whoa, what's happening here? So you see there is this gap, yeah, of understanding. So that's something which might be good to look in. I'm getting a sign that I should finish. I will. So thank you.
Thank you, Eric. So you heard the guy. We have to plan, measure impact, and replan and improve. I think this is too many for an Erasmus project, but this fit very well within a Horizon project. So you are pushing us towards that implicitly. And also we have to make our researchers responsible for collecting and processing this information, as we are going to make our students responsible for picking up their STEM path. This is what Sophocles suggested. And then, of course, we have to make our teachers researchers, turn them into researchers to some extent. This was also suggested, and this will hopefully close the loop. Thank you. That was very, very insightful. It's always nice to talk with you all, and again, it was nice today. Before we close the panel, let's see, Samuel, if we have any questions from the audience.
Yes, we do have one that's come through here, and then if there's enough time, I've actually got one of my own that I'd like to address to you all. We have one audience member who asks generally to the panel, what is the perception from teachers on integrated STEAM? Do they feel this need?
I think this should go to Agda.
Okay.
At least she should start, and then let's see if anybody else would like to jump in.
So in my opinion, not all teachers. That's part of what we are trying to do. We're trying to help teachers see it. Of course, from their position, in many cases, teachers are used to teaching in their own classroom. So integrated STEM teaching goes beyond that. We have amazing teachers, as it was mentioned that they also work with amazing teachers that are very convinced. I think those are the best teachers. The best teachers are already there. We need to now expand to get all teachers on board.
Great. And I just had one more question from myself, if you don't mind. I'm not sure, Eric, if this one would be best addressed by you, but how do we compare globally in Europe in terms of the levels of our STEAM education? Is it easy to read how we compare with other global players, or is that something that you do as part of your research?
Well, that's the Commission does that, but that's not my field of activity. But it's a good question nevertheless, because in education we have comparative studies for Europe, so that's already very interesting. We had this point also on the panel that there are differences at local and at regional levels. So we have this network, it's called Eurydice, and they compare education throughout Europe and also at these kind of levels. So I think in terms of what I hear from the projects for their implementation and their work, it's much more interesting to look into that actually, to have first a good understanding of Europe, how that works, the educational systems. But if there's interest for global comparison, then I would refer you to Eurostat. They are doing that. And by the way, that's very interesting. Good questions. So there's the open data plan. So people who are interested to research that or to look into that, I would refer them to Eurostat. Their monthly updates and data is available.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Eric. And thank you to all of our panelists for joining this session this afternoon. I think they deserve a round of applause, everyone. I mean, it's a really engaging talk there. And we've still got plenty more for you this afternoon. If the gentleman would like to leave the stage, you're free to go now. and put your feet up for a brief moment. But here we're going to move on swiftly now to hear more about the best practices of STEAM education collected from our STEAM on Edu community of practice from teachers across Europe. Our teachers are joining us online and will also respond to a few questions. But first, I would like to ask Paolo Russo, General Secretary at Stati Generali dell'Innovazione, to rejoin me online and share the criteria that have been set up when selecting the best practices. Paolo, please take the floor.
Thank you very much, and I will share my my very short presentation right now, and I will be very quick because one of the important outcomes of the STEAM on Edu project, as you know by now, has been a guide, or a good practice guide, and even more so, the criteria that we used to select the good practices, and you will be able to judge whether they were good criteria by the results, by the practices that will be presented momentarily. So I just want to remind everyone that there are a few clear principles that we stated about being a good practice, a STEAM good practice, having to be comprehensive and lead to holistic learning, not to silos vertical learning, to be problem-oriented and practical, to be social and based on collaboration, to be sustainable and transferable, and also to address professional development. So until now, I did what you should never do when you have a presentation, so meaning that reading it. The second slide is the most important, because the message is, thanks to the STEAM on Edu project, you can have these principles applied to 25 very practical criteria presented through easy statements, through examples that you can use not only to evaluate a good practice, but to decide, to help yourself build a STEAM good practice itself. So I think that this is a very important and very useful result of STEAM on Edu project. And it is about time that I stop myself and I leave the ground to the real protagonists of this section of the day.
Wonderful, thanks Paolo. And now that we have an overview of the criteria, I think it's time to hear a bit more about the best practices themselves. Now, the first best practice we have comes to us from Italy and is titled Good News, Not Fake News, by Silvia Mazzeo. Now, Good News, Not Fake News has the aim of supporting students in developing critical skills in recognising information captured online through the development of a multimedia product. It is a group activity that involves students aged between 9 and 14 years with a beginner level of knowledge in engineering and technology. The challenge they address is to develop a series of animation videos to explain to their peers how insidious the world of the web can be and how to defend against misleading information, of course something that has taken on an added pertinence during the coronavirus pandemic. Now, Silvia, what I would ask you is, you should be joining us here online now, based on your experience in delivering this format with your students, what would you recognise as the key value of the art component within the STEM setting? Silvia, I think your microphone may be muted.
Sorry.
There we go.
First of all, let me say that I'm very glad to be here and share my experience as a STEAM teacher. Yes, Good News, Not Fake News has been an interesting project like some others I realized in my school. The cartoon the students realized was intended as an efficient communication method, an instrument to explain to their peers in an easy way what fake news problems are. In this case, art is something more than a personal artistic expression, a nice painting or a draw. Realizing their project from scratch, students were completely involved. Their creativity and their art inspiration combined with coding abilities became a sort of virtual environment that allowed the students to realize an ingenious way to create something original to talk to a relevant topic. So according to me, we can find the key value of art in its holistic role. When I work with students on STEAM projects, not always are involved in all letters, but A of art is always there, even if it is not explicitly said, because it helps creating, applying, and incorporating some content and more other content like mother language, history, and so on into their work. So I think creativity is a significant element for children and young students. It gives them an open and real approach to the complexity. And in most cases, it facilitates their approach to problem solving. I observed that each time I offer students a free and open space to express their ideas, their way of thinking, they really surprise me with incredible solutions to the problems I gave them. For example, 2 years ago, a group of students designing a school logo thought as a sort of cloud that protects the school. They're starting from it. They project a model of their school with an acoustic and visual alarm system connected with a movement sensor that can catch earthquake waves. In that case, I saw students managing lines of block codes using robotics and electronics tools, analyzing the critical issues of the schools and imagining to create a system to make the school safer, finding original solution useful for the aim. In general, realizing the STEAM project with, for example, little bits or Lego or strawberries combined with coding, the students make the maximum of their potential. An artistic or creative approach gives students the freedom to explore STEM content with simplicity. This way of working is usually really enjoyable for them. They spontaneously take on the challenge of realizing a project, reaching their goal without fear of failure, and living the experience as a game, but learning important skills, soft skills. Thank you.
Good news, not fake news by Silvia Mateo there. Thank you, Silvia, for your brief presentation to the project. The next best practice we have is by Maria Cruz from Germany with her project, Create a Smart Home with Calliope. The project aims to provide students with an impression of intelligent living with the support of technology. The activity is specifically for beginners aged between 8 and 10 years old, working in pairs. The challenge is to create their own smart home using program sensors of Calliope and build their flat within a box. Calliope sensors can measure temperature, light, acceleration and motion, compass or acoustic signals. This practice links STEAM with green competencies that are extremely relevant to develop the fight against the climate crisis. A perfect example of how STEAM education can support students in developing practical and theoretical skills. I would invite Maria to share with us her reflection on what she has learned and what students have also learned from the project thanks to this practice.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me, and so I can present my project. I think I can share my my desktop so you can see some pictures. So here you can see the first step of our project. Well, we are a primary school at Blaue Saxony in Germany, and we take part at a project, informatische Grundbildung in der Grundschule, well, so to connect to the students and to learn some basic movements in informatics. And we start with coding using the sensors of the Calliope. And here you can see one of the codes which means that if you push the button A, well, some kind of lights will be shown. The students learn a simple loop at the first time on just to program, just to code the Calliope. And the step two is the integration of the light sensors. The background of this one, sorry. Yeah. And the background is that the students get an impression of intelligent living with the support of technical solutions, and they should create their own smart homes by combining the program sensors of the Calliope and making creative boxes. So the creativity is very important in this project, and the activities suitable to the introduce knowledge about electricity and programming, as well as creativity, while defining interior exterior design of the homes. And the intelligent living is improved the quality of life and safety, and saving a little bit energy. So here you can see a picture of one of the smart homes. Here you can see the Calliope, which is used as a television. And if the light sensor is dark, then the television goes on and a picture will be shown. The films I made were a little bit too long, so I can't show them here in this session. But the students had some basic knowledge in programming before the project, and after the project they have more knowledge, and they had another feeling for sensors and for using computers. We had a class set of circuit boards or of Calliopes and separate computer lab. Well, it might had been easier using tablets, but we had no tablets. We had only a computer lab. So we had to move from the classroom to the computer lab and then program the Calliopes. The students work together in teams of 2. And now I can show you some of the pictures here. Oh, wait, here. So here you can see a living room. Here is and on the one side you can see the television, and they made it very creative. Here is a kitchen, and if you take a closer look, you can see the board on the side. And this is a living room from a girl without the Calliope. And then they put the Calliope into the rooms they made, and they create. And here you see the Calliope as a kind of music and TV. And here is the Calliope used as a sound, as the gong at the doorbell. And here the Calliope is used in a living room as a television. You can see it on the right side. And so this was my short presentation. I hope you like it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Maria Kruse there for her project, Create a Smart Home with Calliope. We now have the Romanian best practice entitled, and do forgive my elementary Romanian here, Scratch C Ghoul by Gabriela Elena Crisan. The project aims to increase confidence in programming by stimulating the focus on the connections between the real world and technology. It is a group activity that involves students aged between 9 and 11 years old with a beginner level of knowledge on tech. The format combines football with technology using the free software Scratch. Students design and develop the strategy and movements within Scratch that then they will deliver on the football field. I would like to ask Gabriela, and possibly some of her colleagues on the project may be online as well, to tell us a bit about what impact this experience had on your students related to their confidence in coding and more generally with technology, also in terms of considering a career within STEM fields.
Thank you for the invitation to this conference. As you said, scratch and goal. C means and in English, is an example of good practice due to the transfer of the program elements in Scratch to the pitch field. And our intention being to show that the programming is related to real life. All the players' movements were created on the computer and transferred to real football situations. After completing the project and after analyzing the students' answers, we also conducted research in this project. The answers of the students to the initial and final questionnaires, we found that their attitude towards STEM subjects has changed substantially. Moreover, the 3/4 of the students wanting to pursue a career in IT. So, however, an interesting thing is that if the beginning of the project, 90% seem to know exactly what career they want to pursue. This has changed in the end of the project. The event redirecting their preferences to the STEM field. So I would like to invite my colleagues. We are 3 colleagues who want to talk about this project, Buko Shishwan and Shiposh Arpad, for answering further the question. Thank you.
Comments from Bukos first and then Sipos afterwards.
Because students had no previous experience in computer programming, I chose Scratch. After the hesitant start, while the students were doing the first programs, they relaxed and quickly realized that it's quite easy to make computer programs with exercise and perseverance. I chose to solve problems with immediate practical applicability, which was a good way to motivate them. In this way, at the end of the project, they become attracted to computer programming. From the practical observation made on the evolution of the students during the preparation period, as well as from the questionnaires then completed, I conclude that the programming activity will be approached by them with confidence, and because they have begun to understand the processes behind the smart devices, I deduce that they will also trust in the technology. That's
great, thank you, Bukos. And maybe we could hear from Sipos as well.
Hello, I'm Arpad Shiposh, colleague from to Gabriela Krishan and Bukos Shishwan. About a second question, during the projects, there were no notable differences regarding the comparison between the abilities of male and female students. Instead, what we can tell you is that with the help of the Scratch and Goal project, one of our prime objectives consisted in attracting the female students, aiming for a good training practice in field of programming or coding and the development of the abilities required for a career in technology. This conclusion is based on the close behavior observation of both male and female students during the project, but also on the results obtained after the dissemination of the information resulted from the initial and final questionnaires. Thank you.
Many thanks there to Gabriela, Bukos and Sipos for presenting us with their project Scratch Seagull. We now go over to Greece for a project called Visions of the Future, Science Fiction STEAM Orientated by Evangelia Kounavi. In this project, students programmed 2 robots from scratch, designed and developed a performance on stage where to include the robot performing. It is an advanced format for students aged between 14 and 17 years old. Students with knowledge of informatics programming program the robot with Java, for example, and apply their blended skills to enable the robot to react to obstacles, sing and dance on stage, to being able to work with the performers as well. It has been developed engaging 2 different groups of students, one coming from the informatics route, and interestingly enough, they work alongside other students who have come from more of a theatrical background. Now, what I would like to ask Evangelia is, how have they collaborated, those 2 groups of students from the informatics route and from those with more of a theatrical background? How have they collaborated, and what strategy have they found in understanding each other's needs, and what kind of impact has it had on them generally for the experience?
Good evening. Thank you for this question. For the students of the informatics group, this collaboration was an easy task because from the beginning of their lessons, they have been taught that the production of any program proposes the collaboration with people with other specialities. The surprise of this strange collaboration was on the part of the students of the theater group, who for the first time saw that technology can enter their own space and create unprecedented experiences and emotions. As students, due to their age, still maintain their playful mood, they accepted with remarkable easiness the collaboration with their IT classmates and saw their creation, the robot, as a game, whose imagination gave it a human dimension, won their hearts from the first moment, and joined their company as a fellow from the past. They gave it space, position, and role at their theatrical play, to the theatrical play, and in fact, it became their protege. So the glue that would unite the 2 seemingly mismatched groups was found. It was a toy, the robot. Besides, art is an universal language and collaborates with all sciences. In addition, the theme of this particular theatrical text helped us to update the scenario and to include other scenes from today. Through the change of direction, in order to provide solutions to the problems that arose, they were forced to enter each other's fields. They experienced concepts such as placement in space and movement, experienced on what can be implemented and what not. They applied mathematical concepts and directing tricks, combined concepts of music with concepts of physics and programming. So they found a way for a machine to sing carols, and all this in the minimum time they had at their disposal. In short, both teams, through this STEAM project, in an effortless and fun way, discovered elements of their personality and abilities that they did not know they had before. Thank you.
Thank you there for telling us a bit about the project. Visions of the Future Science Fiction there from Evangelia Kounavi in Greece. Now let's head over to Barcelona to hear about the Spanish best practice entitled Makers in the Classroom at Raval District. The aim of this project is to facilitate students to collaborate thanks to active learning and reflection on the meaning of belonging and rooting to a particular territory. Students face the challenge of designing a digital toy for primary school pupils and run a gaming session with them. The focus of this format is to stimulate students responsibly and actively through participation and engagement with real situations in daily life. The best practice has been developed by Xavier Rossell, who unfortunately can't join us today, but he has been replaced by Pep Oliveras Escura, e-facilitator at Collectic in Barcelona. And I would like to ask him, what is the added value, Pep, in adopting this kind of format at the local level for students, teachers, and the overall community?
Yes, thank you so much. I am not Xavier. He was not able to be here today, but he's sending his opinion. I was, in fact, able to collaborate with the project Makers in the Classroom with him and his students. And previously, we had already together worked on another project for inclusion. Two projects had many elements in common, like aspects of contributing in some way to the community, and learning and the service and the learning and service part also. The contribution that this project has made to the community, it is very important, but also the big impact, it's not so in general terms, but in personal ones. I mean, for teachers in the region of possibilities to collaborate between different centers, and also for students to feel recognized themselves and that their learnings was useful. It can be used to improve something. This type of methodologies and ideas, in fact, generate a very positive dynamics that feedback and with another's project and another experience. I had also the pleasure to continue collaborating with Xavier and his students in other projects like coding, applying this methodology with the learning and service and trying to do useful things with his knowledge.
Wonderful. Thank you very much there to Pep Oliveras Escura.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for stepping in as well and presenting the best practice from Spain. And as well, many thanks to all of our innovator teachers there for presenting their projects that are all in many different ways actually changing the landscape of STEAM education in the EU. Moving on swiftly now, we are about to recognise one individual who has managed to capture the spirit of STEAM education through the art of photography, with the presentation of the STEAM Mon Edu Photo Contest Award. So at the beginning of 2021, within the STEAM Mon Edu project platform, a photography contest with the aim of collecting the day-to-day STEAM activities was launched. A total of 67 photographs were sent from the teachers of the community of practice. The jury selected 3 winning images based on the following criteria: active participation, aesthetic quality, effective explanation of STEAM education. I'm delighted to announce that the first place award this year, entitled Mr. Science, was developed by Alina Fretilla. I think she deserves a round of applause to Alina from everyone here in Brussels and beyond. So the project Mr. Science aims at optimising the quality of primary education with the help of more motivating, stimulating and effective learning contexts based on active learning and problematization, contexts that prepare students to adapt to the requirements of the society of the 21st century, training their digital skills. The educational project aims to promote active learning and problem-based learning as strategic educational approaches in primary education. Now, I believe we should have Alina on the line here, and I would kindly like to ask her to share with us what she would recognise as the strength of Mr. Science and which area or part of it you would like to develop further into the future.
Good evening. My name is Alina. I'm a primary school teacher in Romania. First of all, let me show you my prize. I don't know if you can see it. As an analogy, it has a much color as the day of my studying. Mr. Science project starts from the desire to give applicabilities to science. My students are passionate about science, experiment, and programming. I believe that it is essential to transpose scientific notion into reality in order to optimize the quality of education through motivating learning context with applicability. It must take students out of the real of the abstract world and arm them with the skills needed for 21st century. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much indeed from Alina Fratia there, and congratulations again on receiving the award. It did look like a 3D printed one as well, which is even more impressive too. Great stuff. And with that presentation, we are at the end of the second day of the Alldigital Summit 2021. And we've heard so much about the importance of STEAM education and the STEAM MonEdu project. But I think it's time to hear some of the main takeaways now from day 2 of the Alldigital Summit 2021 from Alldigital's Peter Palvolgi and Professor Achilles Kamias.
Thank you very much for staying with us so late. This has been a long day. We have talked about STEAM education, the adoption and impact of STEAM education through the STEAM on Edu project. And I would like to thank to all the contributors of today, in particular Anuska Ferrari from DG AC for her keynote intervention, also Professor Anastasios Mikropoulos from University of Ioannina for his keynote speech. Eric Bollhausen, who joined us in person from EKA, and all the project partners from the STEAM on Edu project from Greece, Italy, Romania, Spain, who were with us today in person or online, and the representatives of other projects in the team of STEAM education. Achilles, I think it was a very rich program. What are your main takeaways from today?
Well, as you say, Peter, it was an exhausting but not exhaustive program. We're happy that we managed, with the help and the contribution of all these very nice and insightful people, to learn more about STEAM and STEM education, to discuss some of the core issues, to hear about policies. Everything, all the aspects were integrated into today's event. This was our plan, and I think we achieved it, and we are happy about that. So let me, first of all, thank Alldigital for organizing this excellent event, the staff and the technical team that supported us, but also my colleagues from Greece and my partners in the STEAM on Edu project for achieving all these great results that we had the opportunity and joy to present to you today. It would be a failure for us if you don't find some use of these results in the future. So feel free to access our website and exploit the results we achieved in our project. Now, regarding the takeaway message, that's a very good question, and well, I'm not a fan of takeaway messages, and because there are many messages to take with us. But if you want just one message, I would stick to what came out of the panel, that together with lifelong learning, STEAM is about lifelong yearning. We have to keep on STEAMing, as we say in our project.
I have some takeaways, quotes from speakers, which I'd like to mention a few, and of course it's not going to be exhaustive list. Anuska Ferrari from DGX said this morning that I believe that supporting STEM education will empower people in their choices, not only for a career in the field, but in general for their daily lives. And we need to invest in STEM field because these competencies are very important for the progression and sustainability of our economy and our well-being. I very much like when Professor Anastasios Mikropoulos explained why we need STEAM education, because we want students and teachers to be able to solve real-world problems. And for that, they need creativity and motivation, which art can introduce. And that's why art came into STEM. And Eric Bollhausen's message, when he addressed Alldigital, he wanted to put the challenge he wanted to put in front of Alldigital, as we have a huge network, he said, and we gather different actors, we are very well placed to contribute to lifelong learning strategy, which covers all sectors and pedagogical approaches. And it's all about networking.
So challenge accepted then.
Challenge accepted. I would like to close this day by mentioning some highlights of tomorrow, because we are going to meet again tomorrow at 9 o'clock, and we are going to celebrate the Social Academy project, and it's going to be the final event, the third day of the summit, and we learn about fostering digital competencies of young people from disadvantaged backgrounds by implementing a collaborative education activities based on the Social Academy co-creation methodology. So we are inviting you all to join us tomorrow, and before we end, I would like to make an announcement, which is rather a celebration. Alldigital, as an organization, was born exactly 11 years ago, and today we celebrate our birthday. And what a surprise, we even have a cake. So, happy birthday, Alldigital.
Happy birthday, Alldigital, yes. May we live to be 100.
So, thank you very much, and welcome. Join us again tomorrow.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for your closing remarks there, Peter and Achilles. Hashtag keep on steaming. That should be with us for next year, I think. Wonderful. And that does indeed mark the end of day 2 of this year's Alldigital Summit. For those of you who'd like to re-watch today's session, stay tuned to our social media accounts where the recording will be posted in the coming days. And yes, as Peter and Achilles said, tomorrow we will be honing in on fostering digital competencies of young people from disadvantaged backgrounds with the Social Academy project. Join us back here for that tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you very much.